Christmas in the big city. Christmas. Gotta check the mic. I'm wearing the most burgundy of shirts I could find. This is about as burgundy as it gets. It's pretty festive. Apart from being a tacky Christmas sweater, this is about as Christmas as it gets. It's pretty vibrant. Like, that's actually color change. It's not the exact color, but it is a very much a burgundy Christmas here on Christmas Eve. On Dimension Zero. Thank you all for popping in. We got a pretty good show. It's going to be kind of casual. Going to do a few things, a little bit of science stuff in a kind of a slightly Christmas way. It's science dressed up with candy canes and things like that. We've got Grinch mugs, of course. I hope everyone is in a safe place. Oh, I got to get the comments going here. I always forget. Put that up there. So there we go. Oh, and yeah, you see, but now the Christmas stuff is in the way. But there's actually one thing we need to do right away. Critically important. Absolutely critically important. Background. No, don't need that. We need to look at, have you guys been watching the Santa tracker? Santa, he's in Spain. Santa Claus is in Spain. So, looks like he's in southern Spain. Gifts delivered so far is 5.3 billion. Santa Claus has delivered 5.3 billion. Really? I mean, that is, that's a lot. That is a lot. There's a lot of presents. Santa will arrive in a few hours to North America. So all those good little boys and girls who aren't on Santa's bad list might get a few goodies, right? Might get a few toys. But Santa Claus, is he going to? Does Santa Claus go into the middle? I didn't think the Middle East liked Santa Claus, or does the Middle East believe in Santa Claus? They don't practice that tradition. Does anyone know in the chat? Does anybody know? I could just let me Gemini it. Does the Middle East celebrate with? I don't think they do, right? I think that'd be like blasphemous. Oh, give me just AI mode. Give me the quick answer. Just a quickie. Comments is the most Santa Claus is known as Baba Noel, Father Christmas. Hey, this is kind of interesting. Maybe, you know what? Let me put this up. This is, you know what? I do pride myself in Dimension Zero. We learn something every single day. Every single day. So, yes, in many regions of the Middle East, they celebrate with Santa Claus. Wow. Though the traditions and prevalence vary by country and community. Common names and traditions. Baba Noel in most Arabic-speaking countries. Santa Claus is known as Baba Noel, meaning Father Christmas. Appearance, he is typically depicted in the traditional red suit and hat familiar to Western audiences. And it was Coca-Cola. It was Coca-Cola in 1931 that nailed the whole Santa Claus look. Coca-Cola, the one that did these terrible AI commercials the last 2 years. Although this year, in yesterday's show, we went over the 24 and 25. I mean, they're huge. I mean, over 1 year, it's the AI is so much better, but. It's AI, right? It's not coming. Syria's serious Christmas camel. There's a Christmas camel? Oh, damn. A unique local variation exists in Syria where a Christmas camel sometimes replaces Santa and his reindeer. I guess that would make sense, wouldn't it? What would be Rudolph's equivalent as the camel? I don't know. Children leave hay and water on Christmas Eve for the camel, which is nice, take care of the animals, which is believed to bring gifts to those who have been good. Regional celebrations, Israel is in 2025. Santa Claus figures were prominent in traditional Christmas parades. I don't think there's many Christmas parades left in the Middle East. I think the Christians have been kind of. I mean, I'm not a religious guy. I mean, but I do believe in religious equality for anyone who wants to believe it, right? Santas were everywhere, apparently, in Israel in 2025 during the return of festive processions. In Bethlehem, you know what? Even though I am fascinated with the historical Jesus, I really am. I would love to spend a Christmas in the Holy Land, and the whole historical Jesus, the historical period, the times, everything that happened is absolutely fascinating. The movie I'm going to watch tonight, I'm going to watch Kingdom of Heaven tonight because, Kingdom of Heaven. It's one of my favorite quote unquote Christmas shows. Even though it's not really a Christmas show, to me it kind of feels that way, right? Maybe it says it's in the Holy Land and there's a bunch of swords killing and sieging, so it reminds me of the First Testament. Kind of, I guess, right? So Israel, after 2 years of muted festivities due to regional conflict, Santa figures and public celebrations returned to Manger Square. United Arab Emirates, UAE, countries with large expatriate populations like the UAE have highly commercialized celebrations. In December 2025, major hubs like Expo City, Dubai, and Yas Island, is that how you pronounce it? Yas? It sounds like a place I'd want to visit. Yas, where were you? I went to Yas Island for a week. In Dubai, featured Santa's grottos and Santa's villages for families. Lebanon's having Christmas. Lebanon and Iraq, these countries officially recognize Christmas as a public holiday. In Lebanon, Santa, Baba Noel, Father Christmas, is a popular cultural icon, and Iraqi shopping malls in cities like Baghdad and Erbil often feature Santas alongside New Year's trees. I mean, it is one of the greatest things, which it's kind of ironic in a way. One of the greatest things America has always done is export culture. Never forcibly. People just pick it up, right? People like fast food restaurant from KFC to McDonald's to Taco Bell somehow litter the entire world. We don't see that phenomenon with any other country. But I do think it has to do with the idea of allowing ideas to nurture, grow, and of course the size of the population and things like that. Like even you get to superheroes, although Hollywood is in an absolute, downward spiral. I don't think it's going to stop. But the cultural export of America has, like Santa Claus, the world celebrates Halloween. I mean, these are things that have been cultivated basically in the United States. Saudi Arabia under Vision 2030 reforms, Saudi Arabia allows the big fat guy in the in the red suit. Santa decorations and Christmas-themed merchandise have become increasingly visible in major cities like Riyadh and Jeddah as a sign of growing religious tolerance. Santa Claus, he is in Mauritania, just north of Senegal, north of Gambia. I had a friend, she was actually one of my employees, but also turned into a friend in Los Angeles. She was from Liberia. Great gal, awesome gal. And she came to the United States when I was in Los Angeles. Oh, Santa's finished. He's looking. Oh, just so you know what I'm looking at. I'm looking at that. See, he's just finishing in Mauritania. He's getting on his. I got some Christmas music on that. I should have had. I should have it playing like even when I'm reading through the Middle East Christmas. So look, Santa probably stopped at a pub. He's just hanging out there. He stopped at a pub. He's grabbing a quick pint because he's not really driving. The reindeer drive. Doesn't really drive. Santa, have a pint. Have a pint. He's not going. So let's back to the Middle East. Where are we? Saudi Arabia under Vision 2030 reforms. This, guys, if you're going to be around the Christmas table tomorrow, again, this is just one of these things that if you want to look smart, you just bring one of these things up, Santa decorations and Christmas-themed merchandise have become increasingly visible in major cities like Riyadh and Jeddah. Oh, I think I read that. But it's okay if I read it twice because it's Christmas. It's Christmas Eve. That's Google music. I like the Google music. Hope it's not too loud, right? I think it's a good volume, right? Nature of the celebration, cultural versus religious. While Christmas is a holy day for the region's ancient Christian communities, which are far and few between now in the Middle East, many Muslims and secular groups also participate in Santa-related festivities as a secular international cultural phenomenon. That's what it is. It's not religious. The only place I've ever seen Jesus and Santa Claus come together is in South Park. And they had machine guns. They had machine guns. Only on South Park. Santa is, just to let you guys know, Santa is in Mali. He's in Mali. So he looks like he left the pub. He left the pub. He's going to, Do they have pubs in Muslim countries? Are you allowed to have a? I don't even know. I do consider myself pretty well versed in geography and as much as culture as I can because I love culture. I love but I'm not sure how liberal Muslim societies have become. I know they're getting better, right? They're getting better. Restricted areas in some countries like Yemen. Yeah, those Yemenis, they probably don't got any fat red guys. Or celebrations remain private and low profile due to social and religious restrictions. Yeah, you know what? If you got it, that's yeah. But that's you hope one day everyone can celebrate the way they want. But that is. I wonder do you guys know how does Africa celebrate Christmas? How does Africa celebrate Christmas? I assume there's more Christmas in Africa. I mean, I guess the snow doesn't work out too well. Christmas in Africa is a vibrant community shared celebration characterized by outdoor feasts. Make sure that, outdoor feasts, joyful church services, and family reunions. While traditions vary across the continent's 54 countries. I mean, there are a lot of countries. There's like little countries all squished in between. I think most of these countries, most people have not even heard of, right? Common themes of faith, togetherness, and cultural pride unite them. And I think Christianity's kind of a bigger thing in Africa, right? There's definitely a lot of tribalism, a lot of regional kind of stuff, but I think, again, Santa Claus isn't really, Santa Claus is not religious. I asked him when I caught him putting stuff under my tree one year, I said, hey, bub. He says, who do you think you are, the Wolverine? And I went, shh, no. He said he didn't know. Oh, you went, ho, 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 and he just went away. Stole a couple of cookies. It's like, put those back, you. Religious traditions and community, vibrant church services. For many, the holiday begins with lively church services featuring drumming, dancing, and choirs. Could you imagine the church services in Africa? Oh, I'm sure they probably pate. Countries like Congo, which is one of the larger countries, right? Some churches hold large musical events and multiple choirs and extensive nativity plays. Yeah, Christianity is pretty big there. But it doesn't tell us much about Santa Claus, which is my area of concern. Coptic celebrations in Egypt and Ethiopia, although I do consider Egypt to be Middle East. Ethiopia, Coptic Christians follow the Julian calendar, celebrating Christmas. Oh yeah, on January 7th, known as the Ghana in Ethiopia. Yeah. Community giving, there's a strong focus on charity. In 2025, church leaders in Ghana organized massive food distributions for thousands of families in Kumasi and Accra. Does Africa believe in Santa? It's a great thing about AI. You make a spelling mistake, AI is so good it doesn't care. You do not go back and fix your writing errors on your query. It's so good. It knows, like, it's just a waste of time to make any corrections. Just hammer those keys. While Santa is not a native tradition across most of Africa, the figure has become increasingly popular in urban areas and middle-class communities. Belief in Santa varies significantly by country, often adapted to fit local climates and cultures. Regional beliefs and adaptations in Kenya. This is a good time to stop and have a little bit of red wine. Cheers and Merry Christmas, everybody, before we get to Kenyan Santa Claus. You know, the 23rd, when I was I could stop talking and take a drink. The 23rd, December 23rd. So I was in the online business for many, many years. I do websites, write code, all that stuff. The 23rd was always the slowest. The 23rd was slower than the 24th. I mean, these are both slow days, but the 23rd was always dead. I think most people get to their destinations on the 24th. They settle in, they sit down. They're like, oh, thank God we are where we are. We finally got here. And I think there's too many delays around North America this year. So, and the 25th is not a bad shopping day. If you have, like, I had a huge email list, so I would do a sale and pump it out on a Christmas day afternoon, and you'd get quite a few sales. People got some cash. I don't know, your regular customers, they'll say, yeah, I'll buy that for 30% off. I'd buy that. It's an interesting, and of course, this year, everyone in the United States, you got a Boxing Day. Well, at least the federal government workers, right? Today's a holiday. 26th as a holiday, which is Boxing Day. In the Commonwealth, which includes 56 countries around the world. In Kenya, children are taught that Santa Claus arrives on a camel. I'd like to see that. Land Rover or bicycle. He drives up in a Land Rover. Oh, God, that's a... The Sport? What do you think? Would he pull up in the Sport Land Rover? I think it'd be the Sport, wouldn't it? Like the good one, fully loaded, nutted up. And they said a bicycle? I can't see a bicycle or a bicycle. I see a pedal a bicycle in. I guess a climate conscious Santa Claus might pull up on a bicycle or a camel. As we can see, my friends, we are in the right by Ghana, in Togo, in the capital of Togo. I forgot the name of Santa Claus has delivered 5.336 billion packages. Oh, Lom, Togo. Lomi. I'm not sure how they actually pronounce it in their native tongue. But Santa Claus, he's coming. Like, he is. I mean, he only works one day a year. Really. But it's a hard day's work. Regional beliefs and adaptations. Oh, wait, we went through that. Hold on a second. Children are taught that, so in Kenya, children are taught that Santa Claus, we just did that. South Africa. Santa is, of course, South Africa. I'm not surprised that Santa's well established in South Africa, right? all the connections to the Commonwealth and America. Santa is well-established figure known as Father Christmas, Baba Noel, or Kurzvader in Afrikaans. In 2025, children in cities like Cape Town still leave stockings and cookies for him, though he often wears lightweight clothes instead of a heavy winter suit. I mean, that's good thinking. When it's, I mean, it depends on what, so if you use Fahrenheit, if it's like 85, 90, if it's 30 Celsius, you know, like if he's hitting the beaches of Sydney, Australia. I got some mates who are Kiwis. They're from New Zealand, mate. And it's, New Zealand would be a good place to live. Although I hear my friends tell me, the governments have really messed things up. Like most governments have the last 6 years, things are really messed up which is, hey, New Zealand is a gorgeous, right? Lord of the Rings. So many movies go and they film there because small country, amazing landscapes, and great people. Every people I know from New Zealand is awesome. Awesome. Nigeria is widely referred to as Baba Noel. While some children believe he brings gifts, it is more common for families to take their children to visit him at stationary locations. Oh, so that's a smart Santa. So he parks and says, okay, you guys come to me. I think that's probably why he's a little heavier in these countries. Makes sense. Or festivals rather than believing he sneaks into homes. Yeah. I mean, I wonder where the chimney thing came from. When I did the history of Santa Claus, I did it yesterday. I might play it again. I have a 10 disc slide that I did on the history of Santa Claus, and it's very interesting. Disc number or slide number 9 was where basically it was 1931 Coca-Cola that packaged Santa Claus up with the beard, the suit, the everything. Although there were a few factors that kind of led up to that, a couple of authors and whatnot, but alternate figures in many regions, traditional or unique local figures take the place of Santa or coexist with him. Liberia, where my friend is from, Old Man Baika. Baika, he's a baker. Does he make pastries? Instead of a gift giver, Liberians have Old Man Baika, or Old Man Beggar. He is a masked devil who parades the streets begging for gifts from onlookers, often accompanied by the phrase, "My Christmas on you." That's what I'm going to tell people tomorrow. My Christmas on you. So I'm a Liberian Santa Claus. Ethiopia, on Gena, which is Christmas, Gena, which is celebrated on January 7th. Elders in some communities may dress up in somber robes and offer homemade bread, defodaba, to children rather than toys. And really the Christmas season, it goes, well, I have friends who are Mexican, so we get the bread with, the little plastic babies inside. What is it called? And that's basically when the Christmas season is supposed to end, right? January 6th. And that's when a lot of people actually do pull their tree down. I'm usually pretty good till February 1st. It's just a nice, it's a nice piece of, it looks good in the living room. So cultural perception, urban versus rural in major 2025 commercial hubs like Nairobi, Lagos, and Johannesburg. Santa is a common sight in advertising and malls. In rural villages, the holiday remains strictly focused on church community feasts and family reunions. And, hey, if all you have for Christmas is a great big huge family feast with a whole bunch of your friends and family, you're doing okay, right? I think you're doing okay. I don't think the gifts shouldn't have. We should squash it down on the grifts, on the grifting. No grifting. Gifts, I like Western traditions where Santa is the primary source of gifts. The most popular Christmas gift across much of the continent is new clothes provided by parents for children to wear to church services. Oh, that's, there you go. And that is Santa Claus. That is Santa Claus. in Africa. Santa in Africa. We need to do a quick Santa check. Guys, looks like he's really been hanging out. I wonder if I can, where's the, there we go. Let's zoom out. So you can see where he started. He's been zooming around. He's been zooming around. He's making his way north from Europe. He's hit large swaths of Europe. He's currently in Guatemala, Liberia. That's where one of my good friends is from. And looks like he's going to be. I think he's hitting the pubs. I do. I think. I think he's hitting the pubs. He's not driving. The reindeer drive. The reindeer have the directions. They just stop and he gets out. He stumbles out and. That's what I think. I don't think there's any specific rules in what you believe with Santa Claus. But we're going to be checking back on that from time to time because Santa Claus looks like he's going to spend a lot of time there, at least for the next couple of hours in Africa. Where does he go? Where does he go after Africa? Does he go through Asia? I guess he's got to follow the sun, right? He's got to follow the sun ultimately. So, he's dumping his presents. He's looking for the pint. Someone threw some dark ale in there. He's digging for it. Where is that dark ale? So there were a couple of things, so that's a little bit of Christmas, but there is a little bit we got to get to with 3i Atlas. 3i Atlas. Guys, it has not stopped. It has not stopped. Oh, come on, move. And this shirt's kind of like a fleece shirt, so I'm kind of hot with all these lights hitting me. I need lighting. Man, without lighting, I'd look like shit. Give me some good lighting. Oh, when you do it yourself, a lot of people tell me, they ask me, and I about for me to do a video on how to set everything up. If you're going to do everything yourself, if you're going to record videos, do scripts, do all the imagery, do all the editing, do this, and then you're going to go live and you're going to broadcast everything from equipment to software to what connects to what. And so I might do that. I just started going live a couple months ago, so we're still a very young channel compared to most of the big ones out there. But it's a very I think what I'm going to make it do in part of the memberships, because I just started the memberships. Make it part of the higher tier, and then I would show people if they have questions, they can constantly ask me in that higher tier membership. If they're trying to do something on YouTube or have that being a former musician, been in the studio, I've been in Hollywood, I'm an award-winning screenwriter. I got there is stuff you got to know to do this right, and I get a lot of people. Look, there's nothing worse than doing things the wrong way until you figure out it's the wrong way and you've wasted money and time, right? That's the worst thing. It's the worst thing. But we do have the 3i Atlas will not stop. It will not stop. So the first thing, let's share this first. I'm going to zoom on and get this a little bigger. There we go. Oh, that's looking good. So, guys, the 3i Atlas has not stopped. I wonder if I could can I put a Christmas on? There we go. That should work okay, right? A little bit festive. Get a little, yeah. So, Interstellar Comet 3i Atlas reveals weird wobbling jets and rare sun-facing tail. Now, this was published yesterday. It is amazing the amount of people out there, scientists, astronomers, cosmologists, that absolutely refute, laugh at, are frustrated with this entire ridiculous 3i Atlas narrative. And the stuff on YouTube only gets worse. The clickbait, I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you the clickbait garbage on YouTube. It just doesn't stop. I don't want the newsletter. You can get rid of that. I do the I do inspect element. If you guys, if you right click and you inspect element, normally it'll fall right on the thing that's bugging you. You can quickly just delete it, and at least for a time, you can delete those elements on the front page of a web page. You know how sometimes things just get in the way? You can delete it. When you refresh that page, it comes back. But that's what I just did there, if anyone was wondering. So 3i Atlas may have moved away from Earth as it makes its way out of the solar system. December 19th, right? That was the perigee. The perigee is now perihelion is when it goes behind the sun, and that is its fastest speed, right? Comets, now, of course, it's not going around our sun. It goes around once, and then it goes bye-bye. But an aphelion is when the comet is the farthest. Now, of course, 3i Atlas is not going to have an aphelion because it doesn't circle our sun. It just came in, quick little swoof, and then out it goes. But this interstellar intruder continues to delight and surprise astronomers. There is, oh geez, I forgot what the name of the one astronomer who is been very vocal, very vocal against Avi Loeb, and he is a very highly regarded. And I thought I had some. Article from him, but basically, I mean, Avi Loeb is the laughing stock in the scientific community. He's like things that first year cosmology students would know or understand are basically things that he goes off and chirps about and has no understanding of. So it may be on its way away from Earth and heading out of the solar system, but interstellar invader comet 3i Atlas still has some surprises for researchers. New research reveals that jet structures in the sun-facing tail, so as it moves away from the sun, there's a tail that goes, it's the anti-tail of this comet, estimated in some observations to stretch up to 620,000 miles, 1 million kilometers. Were wobbly every 7 hours and 45 minutes as 3i Atlas approached the sun. Of course, comets are famous for their tails and halos, comprised of gas and dust that is blown from their nucleus as radiation as the sun heats them. However, these tails generally face away. Anti-tails are not uncommon. And it's basically because heavier, larger molecules that are being blown off are less affected by the solar wind. These larger molecules, these larger particles get pulled back. They don't, they follow the rest of the smaller molecules, which the solar wind is able to easily push around. But the larger particles, that is what the anti-tail is made from. And again, usually first-year cosmology students learn this. Like Avi Loeb, I think maybe he's a first-year cosmology student. I've called Avi Loeb a couple of times. It's like, hey, Avi, it's Danny calling. Hello? Never returns my calls. Avi never returns my calls. So 3i Atlas is only the third. Did I figure? Yeah. A rare anti-tail is a cometary tail that points toward this. I did an entire list 3 days ago. I did an entire list of 22 comets since Hale-Bopp. Hale-Bopp was in 1997. So basically, you're talking 28 years. In 28 years, there's basically almost been one comet per year that has had displayed a significant anti-tail. Not a big thing. Nothing to see here, folks. Like, nothing to see here. 3i Atlas is only the third object known to have entered our solar system from around another star. And look, I think we're going to be finding these things by the hundreds. In the new year, we have got so many powerful satellites going up. Telescopes, ground-based, orbital. I mean, it is insane what they are putting up. At an incredibly low price, relatively speaking. We are going to be seeing things in the, you know what? And the crazy thing is we still see no evidence of alien life. Everywhere I have now, because I was going to do a long show today and tomorrow, but I have an entire about a 1 hour video of the pictures zooming in on NASA images, and the zoom ins are insane. You guys will like, if you've never seen these zoom ins of these incredibly high DPI images, I mean, you're talking about high DPI. The rage started with that big Andromeda image where they got the picture of the Andromeda galaxy and they zoom in, and you are blown away by the number of stars. Andromeda is twice the size of the Milky Way. Andromeda is a big freaking galaxy. It's coming our way. So Milky Way and Andromeda are going to become Milkomeda. And I think it's about 2.5 million light years away, traveling, if I remember, traveling at 118 miles per hour. Andromeda, per second, but 120 miles per second. Now, for a big galaxy, that's pretty fast. It's pretty fast. But it is going to take a long time for Andromeda to come and join us. So, 3i Atlas is only the third known. The first was cigar-shaped space rock Oumuamua, which was one eye Oumuamua, discovered passing through the solar system in October 2017. And if you remember, Avi went nuts on that one. I mean, he went all in. He went all in. Looked like an ass. Still looks like an ass. Now that's my opinion based on just pure scientific evidence. Extraordinary evidence requires extraordinary, or claims require extraordinary evidence. He is anyway. And the second was the first interstellar comet 2I Borisov, spotted in our solar system in August 2019. There's no fanfare, nothing with Borisov. It was kind of like, it kind of shouldn't have been. It's a good looking comet, you know. It's a good looking comet. Though rare, scientists have seen comets originating in the solar system display a sun-facing tail before, and wobbling jets have been observed in these anti-trails. However, this is the first time that such an outgassing has been observed from an interstellar comet. Well, because there's only been really two. You could argue that Oumuamua, we don't even know if that was a comet. Was there some outgassing? Minimal. We don't even know if it was cigar-shaped. We don't even know if it was cigar-shaped. There's also a theory that Oumuamua was actually just, it could have been like 2, 3, 4, 5 big rocks that were kind of like, you know, hanging on to each other's gravity lightly as it kind of, you know, excuse me, goes through the universe. So, but that's the, I don't need no advertising. Oh, there's Samsung. The team discovered the wobbling jets in the coma of 3i Atlas after observing the comet across 37 nights between July 2nd and September 5th with the 2 meter twin telescope TTT, a robotic facility located at the Tide Observatory in Tenerife, Canary Islands. Look, even Avi Loeb. Next day, he did a 5-minute interview. I don't think he wanted to do long interviews. He's basically, and the reporter said, "Well, so is it? What is it? Is it a comet?" He goes, "Well, it looks like it's a comet." Yeah, it's like no shit, Sherlock. It's a comet. But he's still waiting for March 16th, right? That's when it comes close to Jupiter, and he's still saying that we may have little ships come out. Little invaders. Now, nothing has stopped with the stupid online community, which only cares about clickbait bullshit and perpetrating garbage. Is that coming out good? How's that coming? I wonder if I can make that a little bit bigger. For all to see. I think that's good, right? So this is just, I did this just before we went live. This is a quick little YouTube search. 3i Atlas. You can see what I searched. 3i Atlas. Why the size of 3i Atlas suddenly makes no sense. Oh, it gets better. Oh, believe me. Something too impossible is happening with 3i Atlas. 22 hours ago, there is still something that is impossible. Look, the global contingent of scientists have utterly missed it. But Josh Sullivan's space has caught it. Thank God. But, the more sensationalized it is, the more clicks that you get, which I just cannot do. I cannot I can't. Astrom. I like Astrom. What's his name? McCulgy, the guy. I think he does good work. Astrom does good work. Yeah, absolutely. And I have no problem actually giving Astrom a little bit of applause, Great work. He's been doing it for a lot of years, and he's grown a great channel. So I really, I think, like I say, I think he does great work. Hats off to him. 3i Atlas just lost 99% of its mass, just like that. Boom, guys. It's true. 8 hours ago, the cosmic unknown states, is it an object or a machine? Well, I don't know. A machine? Well, why did it lose? If it's a machine and it lost 99% of its mass, I'm not even. Oh, look at the visual on that. He's even got a little robot there. It was pretty sinister. We got the Avi Loeb final verdict. Avi Loeb. 3i Atlas is unlike anything we've ever seen. No, he capitulated already. Avi capitulated. I played the video on, was it Monday? I think I played the video on Monday, right? That's when he is like the, I think it was, or maybe it was like even like last week, Friday already, right? Through the towel. But he back before he left the interview. Jupiter. We got to wait till Jupiter. We got to wait for Jupiter. My parents had like strong European accents, right? Really strong, and yeah, that's fine. That's good. And then now these are AI Avis. I'm pretty sure. 3i Atlas update. It is a broadcast. Oh, geez. It's 3i Atlas, you guys. Santa Claus might get like shot out of the sky from 3i Atlas, spy saddle, a spy, Santa Claus may come to a fatal end. It is broadcasting mysterious radio waves again after passing Earth again. My solution, have a drink of wine and Merry Christmas. Drink of wine. That's, if I have any advice for anybody, drink of wine and Merry Christmas. I'm not driving anywhere. Don't drink and drive. The worst thing that could happen, like, oh my God, there's people that they do it. Don't do it. I think we're all smart enough for that, right? It's all about friends and family at this point of year. Not about the freaking gifts. It's about sharing Brussels sprouts. That's what it's all about. Ray's Astrophotography, great YouTube website. The guy is a hobbyist astronomer, and he does an amazing job. Highly recommend him. Comet 3i Atlas Disclosure Day and why we need to settle with the unknown. I took a picture. Well, I kissed a girl, and I liked it. Does that count? I think Ray, Ray is he's a little bit more onto the suspicious side. I fall like. He's a good channel. So if you're looking for like extra channels, science channels, because Astrom is a good one. Ray's Astrophotography, I think, is another good one. You can write those ones down. And these are, of course, AI. Joe, or parts of the video are, I think, AI. 1 minute ago, that's funny. It's 6 hours ago. It was still 1 minute ago. They listened to 3i Atlas, the signal scientists can't explain. And then is the Atlas, Atlas report. Then 3 days ago, they said 1 minute ago, Ray's Astrophotography captures 3i Atlas at the closest approach. There's one. Chloe Abrams is another one you could put down. Chloe Abrams. Abram. I don't think it's an S. Chloe Abram. This girl. She's awesome. Love Chloe. Chloe's rocks. And of course, the GOAT. Well, the GOAT is Carl Sagan. There will never be. You can, if you have something in your hand, and every time someone says Carl Sagan, you cheer, you stop, and you point yourself north, southeast, and salute or something like that. Carl Sagan. There's Brian Cox. Brian Cox is one of, he's firmly one of my peeps. Earth will cross 3i Atlas debris. Something impossible is happening with 3i Atlas. Something impossible. Well, if it's impossible, how is it happening? You can't. What? There was one that was dealing with an attack. 3i Atlas has increased its speed, and this can be observed near Mercury. Oh, that's a month ago. Okay, 22 hours ago. ESA's Juice just observed 3i Atlas, and it's more active than expected. That's NASA Space News. NASA Space News is, I like NASA Space News. I am not a believer that NASA is in it for some sort of devious outcome. It was funny. Avi Loeb was saying for 43 days, NASA was, they weren't giving us anything. Well, they were closed. The government shut down for how many? 43 days. Avi just likes to use this stuff. This can't be. But anyway, this is, I thought there was one that was coming to attack us. The Randall Carlson. Stefan Burns is kind of look, Randall Carlson and Stefan Burns, they both kind of get into the muck. They get into the stuff. They get into like this global meditation, or not Randall, but Stefan Burns. He gets you got to be into this, which I am not. Planet alignments and this and that affecting yada yada yada. I like Julia McCoy. There's another one. You guys can write down Julia McCoy. I think she does good work. Anastasia in Tech. She is also good. Anastasia in Tech is also good. Could be the most attractive chip engineer. If I had a chip plant, I would probably see her qualifications. But she enjoys what she does and does good videos. So, but anyway, that is 3i Atlas, guys. That is, that's, yeah. Ben Curie, 1972, says, hello. Not a very active chat tonight, but that's okay. Usually the chat really gets, it's Christmas Eve, right? So I didn't know what to expect. We're a young channel. We're a young channel with a few peeps, a few regulars. But, Ben, hope you're having a good Christmas. If it's since it is Christmas Eve, it's kind of like that's like the default question, isn't it? Merry Christmas. How's your Christmas? So what do we have next? What do I want to do next? Oh, we definitely gotta check out. Look, Santa is totally hanging out. I wonder if I should do this. Yeah. Santa's totally hanging out. That's the full update right there, guys. He's in Gambia, Canary Islands, Santa Cruz de Tenerife in Canary Islands. He's making his way north. Looks like he missed Bamako. But that is the Santa tracker. So he's gonna be spending some time. 5.473 billion packages delivered. That's that is a lot of packages. Yes, sirree. Yep. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. We don't want to do that. I'm going to go there. Okay, so if we... now, there's a few little things, because so I do have a video that I did with Brian Cox, Brian Greene, Carl Sagan, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't think there's any Michio in this one. But I actually have a few videos that I have lined up for this evening. And because I'm also doing a long show tomorrow. And there's also some other videos, long form videos that also include, it's basically these top astrophysicists discussing various things. In this case, this video is basically from the fact that the chance of us human beings being here is such a small chance. Like, not just what actually had to happen with Earth, right? From snowball Earth to the Great Dying, to the Permian period, to the Chicxulub asteroid coming and hitting us, to all these things that had to happen, to all the in the Rift Valley. Basically, what happened in the Rift Valley, one kind of cell got into another kind of cell. I don't know the specific details, But this is what created complex life, multicellular. And it was, from what's described to me, or what I understand, was an accident, which basically went from simple life to much more complex life. Multicellular. I mean, every morning we look in the mirror, we see that multicellular complex life, right? It is 1 to the power of 10 to the 799 is the chance of us being here. And so I did a video on that, and all these things that have to happen from the Big Bang till the till today, basically till today, and a bunch of other. I got 100 black hole facts. I have the seven ancient wonders of the world, which is a great video. The 7 ancient wonders of the world. It's an older video I did, but it is, I don't know if you guys know much about the 7 ancient wonders of the world, but it is truly amazing, right? There's only one that remains standing. It's the Great Pyramid of Giza, but the other ones, I mean, the Great Gardens of Babylon, which they're not 100% sure existed, but to the statue of Zeus, the great the lighthouse at Alexandria, and so forth. So there's a few things I got ready and lined up. But is there anything else I got to get off of the? We did that. I'm not going to do that. Lego. I'm not going to. Oh, you know what? I'm going to save Avatar till tomorrow. Well, or I'll save Avatar till later, because there's a bit of. There is one thing, James. So James Cameron, where is it? Okay, there we go. This is kind of fun, right? So this is kind of like a Christmas Eve kind of a fun thing to do. Let's get rid of the newsletter. See, so what I do with the newsletter, I just right click. I get to the. Oh, it's not disappearing. Right click, inspect. There we go, and then you just delete it off of there, and it's gone for. Just don't refresh the page. So James Cameron's sci-fi movies ranked worst to best. Now, have you heard the latest interview from him? He is avatared out. He is like, even if they call for a 4th Avatar, he's not going to do it. He's got it sounds pretty clear. There's a secret Terminator script that's being developed. And it didn't make sense to me. He was talking about 5 Avatar. So basically for the rest of your life, you want to do Avatar. He's 71, 72, right? So for the rest of your life, you just want to be known for Avatar. 5 Avatar trilogies. Just do the trilogy. It's good. Give us some more Terminator, but no Dark Fate crap. Just like go back to the roots, James. Go back to the roots. But these are James Cameron's his movies. Based on space.com. Space.com they're pretty good, space.com. James Cameron's sci-fi movies ranked worst to best. As Avatar Fire and Ash makes its cinematic debut, here's James Cameron's best directional sci-fi movies to date, and the list is earth-shatteringly impressive. There's only 6. So which ones would you say, what's the worst? Number 6? The Abyss? I don't know about that. The Abyss. Release date August 9th, 1989. Ed Harris, Mary Elizabeth, and Michael Biehn. The Deep Sea is scary enough. It's got 96% on the tomato meter. Anytime, one thing, anyone who's in the film business or anyone who has done filming knows that doing anything in water is crazy. It is so difficult filming in water. It's like filming times 5. It's horrible because obviously everything is electronic and it's so. James Cameron, the production that he went through on The Abyss was crazy, especially for 1989. He was filming it in 1988. He built a massive tank. Oh my God, a couple of people almost died. So anyway, that's number 6. Number 5 of James Cameron's Avatar, The Way of Water. I like the first Avatar better than the second Avatar. Oh, sorry, The Way of Water. That is the second Avatar. I'm sorry. So, yeah, okay. Second Avatar, The Way of Water. Release date December 16th, 2022. Sam Worthington, Zoe Saldana, Sigourney Weaver, Stephen Lang. I don't think anyone's gonna die. I haven't seen the third one yet. None of the main characters die. They all have plot armor. Number 4 is the Terminator. Well, I mean that's I don't know. Number 3, Avatar. Avatar. I like the first Avatar. The first Avatar I thought was a good movie. Number 2, Terminator Judgment Day. And number 1, Aliens. Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure if I would disagree with Aliens. The question is, it's true. The question is Aliens better than Terminator 2? That's the question. Is Aliens better than Terminator 2? I think the 4 before that, yeah, you know what, you can. But is Aliens better than Terminator 2? Is Terminator 2 better than Aliens? And I think, I don't think there's a right answer. I don't. I think it's just, both movies are pretty darn good. Story-wise, acting-wise, casting-wise, payoffs, how characters are introduced, how you felt by the end of it. Although Aliens is pretty badass, right? The casting in Aliens 2 was perfect, right? Perfect. The characters, the whole, the way that the military, if you watched Alien Earth, I mean, I literally had to turn it off when the actors that they picked to do the military stuff, they didn't look like military. They didn't even have any semblance of training. They looked like actors trying to be military people. But on Terminator or Aliens 2, the characters, the actors in that look like they took some military training. They look disciplined. They look like they were working, doing, they looked good, especially that Vasquez, Bill Paxton goes, "Hey Vasquez, you ever been what was it? Something for a guy? No, have you?" It's like, fucking, let's rock. Awesome movie. Sigourney Weaver, again, she rocked in that movie. Everyone did. The guy that played Bishop, Michael Biehn. So maybe Aliens is the number 1 is not. Maybe it's the right pick, right? Maybe it's the right pick. So yeah. That takes, that one I had. So I had that little bit. And even if we look at, this is Avatar. Well, it's worth taking a look. Where are we here? Let's go back to this one. So if you take a look at Avatar, Fire and Ash, 44,000 votes. We got 7.5 out of 10. I don't know if you guys have seen Avatar, Fire and Ash. I mean, it's like the main sci-fi movie that's out there. I have not seen it. I wasn't going to review it. I'm not doing any reviews on my other channel, Poprageous. And I'll wait for the holiday rush to subside. But it's got a 7.5 on popularity. It is number 1, which makes sense. And what's interesting? I always find it interesting. What are people saying? Do you guys do this? I love doing this. I love doing the user reviews. Although I know a lot of a lot of reviews are removed if the user says they didn't like the movie for the wrong reason. That is true, as a matter of fact. Hey, where's my booze? Oh, there we go. Yeah. They do review. They review. If someone says something about DEI and they give it a 1, that review is removed. That is or something that is not in keeping with what is consistent with, a woke way of thinking. I know a lot of the ones are removed. A lot of them. I mean, you can review bomb and give 10s all day long, but look, if a movie's bad, the movie is bad. And I don't think it matters why someone doesn't like something. A movie is much more apt to be review bombed by a company that spends $1 million or $2 using robots to fill the whole thing with, nines and tens, right? That's the motivation. The individual person does not have a motivation. But anyway, 6 out of 10. Everything looks beautiful, but it feels empty. I think that's kind of like the story. Like, just say with The Way of Water. The first Avatar had a good, clean, straightforward, mechanically sound script, story. The characters were solid, the protagonist, the antagonist. Sam Worthington isn't the most iconic protagonist, and that might hold the movie back a little bit. 5 out of 10. What happened to all the good writers? It's not a bad point. I'm a screenwriter. I've won a lot of awards. I've won. If you go if you search Danny Alex screenwriter, you'll see if there's a whole bunch of websites that has me and all the awards that I've won. And I've never sold a screenplay. I never have. I'm not sure if I ever will. But 6 out of 10. 16 years ago, I was visually impressed by James Cameron's Avatar, and it was my first 3D movie in theaters. I still think the visuals are strong. An Avatar 2 clone, but slightly better. That doesn't sound the same movie one more time. Yeah, probably. You could go to the bathroom at any point. Oh, that's tough. Oh, that's tough reviewing, man. When someone says, look, just go to the bathroom. Should I go to the bathroom now? Any time is good. You're good. It's like a John Wick movie. Like when the fighting starts, when the fight starts, and you could have a 10-minute pee with popcorn, you're okay because you'll still catch 30 minutes of the fight, right? Like there's no fear of missing. Familiar too long, but also a lot of fun. 8 out of 10. A Marvel cinematic experience, albeit one that struggles to bring something completely new to the table. Yeah. I heard that on 4 and 5 or one of them that they're supposed to be coming back to Earth, and the fight comes back to Earth or something. I don't know. Feels like watching Ava 1 and 2 together. 6 out of 10. So it's a lot of like between 4 and 8s, right? It's beautiful, but that's it. Disappointed. 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10, 5 out of 10. Everything is mediocre. 1 out of 10. There's your one. Could have knocked the movie out in 90 minutes. It was 3 hours and 15 minutes, and Disney asked for him to trim it down. Look, you can't have a 4-hour movie in the theaters. You get sore bum disease. Have you guys, right? Sore bum disease, right? It's very painful. Very painful. I've had sore bum disease. And underwhelming. So there you go. That is the Avatar. That's what's going on in Avatar. It's always story. Whenever I write a screenplay, it always starts with the characters. You got to formulate characters. Now these characters are already formulated. That doesn't mean that they don't get an internal, external conflict. Like some of these characters have to die. Like Sigourney Weaver died in the first one, but damn, you brought her back? You brought her back? It was a great opportunity to bring... Look, she's a fantastic actress, one of my favorites. But you brought her back? Well, she's dead. Let dead be dead. It's like Marvel. Well, that's okay. Wolverine dies. We've got just like in Deadpool, we got a lot to choose from. So death doesn't mean anything. So the consequences are almost zero. Everything becomes a parody. Everything is a laughter. Everything becomes... There's no tension. There's no stakes. If your main protagonist can't die, what's the point? There's like Red Wedding in Game of Thrones when you realize that if you hadn't read the books and you didn't know that was coming, that was a brutal eye-opening because that taught us. But mind you, by the end, so a lot of people are asking, why is George R.R. Martin not finishing the books? As someone who is quite well versed in intellectual property and how some of these deals get done in Hollywood, there's a reason why George R.R. Martin is not finishing the book. And he doesn't say it. HBO says nothing about it, but there's a reason for that. And that reason is, I have no doubt, if you are HBO and you buy the book series, the entire book, and the ending is unfinished. You buy that series unfinished so that you will stipulate, and this is what I think happened, that HBO and George R.R. Martin agreed that the ending will be, final cut will be at the decision of the writers or producers or whatever, or HBO. Probably HBO. They probably get final cut. And that they will own the ending. And that basically George R.R. Martin was never going to have an ending because he signed it away and sold it. And that there's a non-disclosure associated with it. You don't want to come out and say, well, no, look, I sold the ending to HBO, so that's the ending, yada, yada, yada. So nothing is said about it. It's the only thing that makes sense with George R.R. Martin. Could you imagine if HBO buys the books, the story off of George R.R. Martin? They construct an ending. Look, they make a lot of money on over the years, right? Watching it. But George R.R. Martin comes up with an ending that is 10 times better. No one watches Game of Thrones anymore because, oh, geez, okay, wow, that was really bad. There's no way they're going to buy the franchise and have that happen. I think there's probably a non-disclosure. That's why they're not talking about it. It would be so much better that they would have just come out and said, look, guys, the ending of HBO is the ending for the series. That is the way it is. That is a matter of fact. So just stop asking me. Stop whining about it. It's in the contract. I mean, both companies should, George R. R. Martin and HBO should just come out and say, look, it's not going to happen. It's under contract. But now it looks stupid a few years after the fact, right? There will never be. George R. R. Martin sold it to HBO. HBO owns the ending. I don't even think George R. R. Martin has the legal right to write anything with that book series because it is exclusively owned by HBO or Warner Brothers, I guess, right? Warner Brothers. But they don't come out and say it. I guess they look, the ambiguity probably works better for them than anything else. So that's yeah, that is what that is that. So what have we got? That's Christmas Eve. Holy jeez, guys! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas to everyone. I hope you guys are at home. Oh, I went blurry. Have you seen those shorts with the gorilla? The gorilla's behind the thing and they're doing punching stuff. So apparently that's all AI, right? Some of it looks real, but it's all fake, right? It's all fake. I was watching some Anatoly videos today. Like, may I lift? Can I move? Can I move? I must clean. I must mop under the weights. You guys see that, right? I mean, that's. Oh no, I can't even play it. They'll copyright strike me. Yeah, no, they'll probably copyright strike me. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. You got the 80-pound mop, and you know what his secret is on the heavy mop. You know what his secret is? He picks it up near the bottom, which is easier. Now, this guy's probably got a Titan grip, right? Anatoly, a Titan grip. This man is freaking strong beyond his weight. But the lower he grabs it, the easier it is to sort of manhandle. But you see these big guys, they try and grab it from the top, and they're like, ooh, what the hell? What the hell? I think it's like a fulcrum, right? The closer you grab it from the fulcrum, something like that. Physics. Being a science show, that's what we kind of got. We got to focus on the physics. It's like the Iron Man stuff, right? So I did a few videos on Iron Man and why the suit wouldn't work for the weapon system. Why the arc reactor would melt Tony Stark and yada yada. And there's always someone that says, "Well, just leave the movie be what it is." Dude, it's okay. It's okay if you do the physics of it, dude. It's okay. You know, it's okay. Understanding the physics of it won't hurt your superhero mind. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay to understand the physics. It's okay. Hey, Silky Dent, enjoying a mustard hot dog to your soliloquy. Keep on shining. A mustard hot dog. Damn, that sounds like Christmas to me. That was Betty White's secret, right? Silky? Silk Eden, Silk. I think I call you Silk, right? Just Silk is okay. That was Betty White's big thing, right? She said she lived her ripe old age because of hot dogs. Hot dogs. I watched I think I mentioned it before. I like the YouTuber Beard Meets Food. You guys seen Beard Meets Food? Love him. Love him. The guy, he spent a lot of years building his YouTube following. A lot of years. And he did a couple of Christmas ones. And his one Christmas one was in Leeds, and there's a German Christmas market. And so he goes to eat. The guy can eat, but he on the days that he eats big, on the next days he has like 1,000 calories. So he really watches on a weekly basis, watches his calories. But he had to your mustard hot dog. He had a corn dog. So they had these like gourmet corn dogs, and he put mustard on the corn dog, and I mean, they look really good. I do love a really good corn dog. They look good. But anyway, that was the Beard Meets Food. I should have brought some. I had ginger beef this afternoon. I cooked my own ginger beef. I was getting ready for the show. I mean, it's amazing how long it does take to get ready for the show. But it's not like doing Hollywood reviews, right? You watch something, you just go and you talk about it. But when you do science stuff, you have to like prep. It's not like you can be wrong. When everything you say is an opinion, that's good. But it's not like science, you can be wrong. You go on, you go 2 times 3 equals 7. What? Excuse me. This guy's dumb. Okay, right? This guy's dumb. But look, every single day someone will bring something up. And I'm like, damn, okay, I gotta Google that. And remember for next time, or remember right now, and bring it up in conversation so that. And that's a good way to learn, right? Like someone brings up a name in it is Silk. Oh, Silk Eden. Okay, I got it. It is Silk Eden. I will give you the backstory another time, kindred friend. Okay. Whenever you're ready for it, we will. Silk Eden, of course. Silk Eden 1. I would like to have I prefer spicy ketchup or just spicy. I'm a spicy guy. Oh, I love really spicy. Really spicy. Nut that baby up for me. You get the Tabasco and you just dunk it. Like, what do you mean 3 squirts? You got to have like 9-10 squirts of Tabasco. Everything. Even on my salads. I'll have a salad sometimes. Spice it up. I love, yeah, I'm bad. I go bad or good that way. One of the two. Everyone has something in the Christmas season that reminds them of, or gives them the feeling, right? The Christmas feeling. Sometimes it's just the simple things of knowing you have 2 or 3 hours, and you're going to be in front of the computer, and you're just going to do some YouTube rabbit hole diving, or you're going to watch Lord of the Rings. I mean, Lord of the Rings is another movie trilogy to me is very Christmas, on top of, Scrooged and Christmas Vacation. And a lot of people argue Die Hard is a Christmas movie. There's no argument on it. If it feels like Christmas, then it's a Christmas movie. It's, it is what it is, whatever you feel it is, right? I mean, that's as simple as it gets. And red wine. Oh, with Grinch in a Grinch mug. That's my head. There we go. Record launches, reusable rockets, and a rescue. China made big strides in space in 2025, says space.com. They just sent me a news release. If you guys see, Russia has patented the spinning gravity space station. They got a patent for it. I don't know if the U.S. government's going to really care much. No one else got that patent. Kubrick didn't get that patent in 1970. That'd be a hard patent to get too, though, because Kubrick, by default, could argue that if that was his design for a space station, even though he might not have a patent or a trademark, he can't sue for damages, but he could own the concept of it. That's the way trademark law works, right? It doesn't matter what your patent or trademark is. Is it enforceable in court? That's all that matters. And you want to go to court? I tell you guys, the court system, Pamela, Pamela G1's in the house. Pamela G1. Pam. I'll tell you, the court system is not made for the little person. I know this is, this is kind of the part of the show I do like. There's some stuff I got planned here. But the legal system is not. The average person gets sued. Someone's going to throw 150 grand into their own defense. Rich people sue. It's like a nuisance, right? Yeah, it's like the entire tort system, especially in the United States, is absolutely ridiculous. It is, besides healthcare. Have you seen the new healthcare costs coming out? Some people are literally canceling their healthcare across the United States. Canceling. I would not. Why would you pay? I've heard some people paying $3,000 a month for a family of 4. I was in Los Angeles and I wanted the good insurance. I would pay almost $1,000 for a $10,000 deductible, and I forgot what the copays. It was ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Oh, Silkton. Oh, thank you. We got a super chat. Much appreciated. The axial tilt is the reason for the season. All the best to you, and that is actually true. The tilt of the all the best to you and your viewers this holiday season. Silk Eden, thank you very much, Silk Eden. I appreciate it. Pamela, woohoo! I'm late. What's the topic? I mean, anything really. I mean, a lot of times I like to ramble. I do. It's funny though, because like Silk Eden, like you look at the name and you think, okay, so I thought Silk Eden, Silk Eden, Silk Eden, of course. I do want to one day you can divulge it. In private or public, whatever it is, doesn't matter. Because you're telling me there's a story there. You're telling me there's a chance. I love good stories. I love a good story. America has Boxing Day. Pamela, woohoo. The topic is, I do have videos. I do have some videos lined up, science videos. I got a whole bunch of them. I even have some Voyager 1 and 2 videos that I did. Their entire 50-year voyage. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. What they found in each place. But then I have a video that I did, which is basically humanity from the Big Bang going all the way to today and everything that had to happen. And it's basically Brian Cox, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Brian Greene, Carl Sagan. I love Carl Sagan. I would love to know if Carl Sagan could be alive today and give his sort of 2 cents on everything. I mean, scientific thinking, right? Science thinking. We need more of that, not less of that. Sometimes I think maybe the best thing that could happen is a scientist type gets elected. There's no way a scientist type person is going to get into the mud puddle fight that is U.S. politics. It's devolved into pigs fighting in mud, right? That's what it is. That's what it is. It's kind of entertaining sometimes. Did you hear Hillary was supposed to? I found this funny. Hillary was supposed to go before one of the committees to testify like 8 or 9 days ago. And she had a doctor's note saying she was in the hospital. She couldn't come and testify because she was in the hospital. I mean, that was probably quick thinking on the lawyer's part. I mean, you probably got friends at the hospital that just write a note. Yeah, no, she's in, don't worry where she is. She's here. She's here. Can't testify. No, can't testify. What was her comment with the bleach bit stuff, right? Remember the bleach bit? What, you mean with like a cloth? Yeah, fuck Hillary. Jesus. Hillary, for God's sakes. Nobody is that stupid. Hillary is not a dumb lady. She's not, right? She's not dumb. You might not agree with her and you might think her immoral in a lot of ways. Hillary is not dumb. That is for sure. Not a fan. Pamela, I bet. Yes. But on this Christmas Eve, 2025, I don't, it's, yeah, boy, I almost want to do the history of Santa Claus again. Is that bad? I did it yesterday. I don't know if anyone that was on yesterday is on today, but the history of Santa Claus. Were you here yesterday? You were here yesterday for a while, Pamela, right? For a little while. But I think, can I do the history of Santa? You know what? It's my freaking show. I could do what I want. Not like I could get in trouble. I'm gonna. Okay, you know what? Let me just see. I'm gonna. Yes, please, Pamela. Okay. The history of Santa Claus. Look, even watching it a second time is freaking awesome. This is Santa baby. Do 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 do. Bonu. You know what my favorite Christmas songs are? You guys might know it. The hippo song. The hippopotamus song. I love that song. The hippopotamus. Santa baby, banana for you. No, that's not. No. Hippopotamus. I don't even remember how it goes. Anyway, that is the history of Santa Claus. My friends. Let me put my cheat sheets down. I don't have much written down on this stuff. It just feels good. When you have something, I'm like one of these people that, it's actually from Tuesday, December 23rd. But I have stuff that's scratched on it. I think this is what stuff people want to see, right? Then I have stuff scratched. I didn't have enough time to do like a one for today from yesterday. So I thought, okay, I'll just quickly chop it. I gotta go live in 26 seconds. I gotta get some sort of an idea. History of Santa Claus. Ho ho ho! Bundle up by the fire as we embark on a magical journey through time and discovery. How a kind-hearted bishop from a warm coastal town transformed into the jolly chimney-sliding legend we adore today. Is there? Oh, guys, let me. I'll finish the slide. From ancient miracles to modern day icons, here are 10 historical milestones that reveal the festive evolution of Santa Claus. Yeah, baby. Yep. We have. Did I stop that? I didn't. We have. This is important. This is really important to keep track of. Did we get it? Here we go. Oh my God. This is Santa. Where is Santa? He's in London. Guys, he's in London. What time is it in London? Like 1:25 a.m.? Santa Claus. 1:25. It's 1:25 in London. Santa Claus is in London. I'm sure he's going to have a pint or two. You don't go to London and not have a pint. You don't. I don't think you do. I'm not a big beer drinker, so I'm not sure if I would have a pint. But I would sit down with Santa Claus, and he and I would have a good freaking time. And I would invite all you guys. Pamela, Silk Eden, all you guys. All of yous. Santa, I got a few friends that are going to join us here in 2 minutes. Because it's Christmas. That's why. So that is Santa. And before we get back to the Santa Claus, history of Santa Claus slides, we have 5.736 billion presents, my friends. He's in Swansea, Wales, United Kingdom. He's in Wales. Way to go, Santa. Oh, Santa is a... Okay, so the history. Let's go to the first slide, shall we? The real St. Nicholas, the real St. Nicholas, yes, and there was a real one, was born around 280 AD. Now, AD is the old way of saying it, right? It should be BCE. In modern day Turkey, it's my fault. He became the bishop of Myra and was famed for his extreme generosity towards the poor and his role as the patron saint of children and sailors. Based on a 4th century Greek bishop. He was true. He actually lived, just not as the fat, jolly old guy who likes cookies and milk. Number 2, the origin of the stockings. If you've ever wondered, one of the most popular legends involves Nicholas secretly dropping 3 bags of gold down a chimney to provide dowries for a poor man's 3 daughters. The gold reportedly landed in stockings hung by the fireplace to dry, sparking the modern tradition. I mean, that is. I don't know if I believe it. Like, anything that's happening 1,600 years ago is going to be questionable as to its authenticity. But you know what? When it comes to Santa Claus, I don't think there's many people that are going to screw around with the, I've seen Santa Claus in a fight twice, and I tell you, he even puts Chuck Norris down. So I should preface this. Every Wednesday is Chuck Norris Day. That's when we do the 12 Chuck Norris. How tough is Chuck Norris? I didn't do it today because I had some other stuff with Christmas and everything, so I'm going to do it next week. So every Wednesday is Chuck Norris Day. I'm glad no one asked me about it. That's good. But so next Wednesday, we will continue with the 12 How Tough is Chuck Norris memes. So that will, that will come back that next Wednesday. I didn't know if it would fit today with, actually it probably would have, actually, now that I think about it. It probably would have. Number 3, influence of Norse mythology. This is very interesting. Like, I am a huge lover of Norse mythology. One of my TV pilots and one of my screenplays is all based around Norse mythology. And so I am basically, J.R.R. Tolkien stole the whole thing. He basically took all of Norse mythology. He even took the Old Norse runes, the Old Norse, the language, added 2 runes, and called it an elf language. It's true. It's true. And I love Lord of the Rings. I love it. There might be a whole show just in going how much Mr. J.R.R. Tolkien took from Norse mythos. It's everything. He took the whole thing. Yggdrasil, even the tree, right? The Norse tree. I totally forgot the name. Someone punched it up on the elf trees. That's the Norse had trees, right? I mean, that's Odin. Gandalf is Odin. Like that. It's exactly, Gandalf is an Old Norse name. It's called Elf with a Wand. But anyway, that's a different episode. Well, we won't get hung up on that. Still, I love Lord of the Rings, the movies, everything. Folklore researchers suggest Santa's appearance, specifically his long white beard and ability to fly, shares roots with the Norse god Odin, who rode an 8-legged horse named Sleipnir across the winter sky. Odin. I love Odin. Pamela, I bet. Yes, please. He's making his rounds. Yes, he is. Yeah. Now that this is knowledge to me, I've said a few things. There's a lot of good tidbits going on right now with applause. Pamela, love Lord of the Rings too. Yeah. It's good Christmas viewing just because they came out at Christmas time. You shall not pass. Oh yeah, right at the beginning of the Two Towers, right? You shall not pass. That well, I guess it's in both of them, right? But that's when he falls down the Balrog and fights him and everything like that. So it's it's good. It's good for sure. So we're doing the history of Santa Claus. The history of Santa Claus, my friends. Number 4, transformation into Sinterklaas. Sinterklaas. After the Protestant Reformation in the 16th century, the veneration of saints was discouraged in most of Europe, but Nicholas remained a central figure in Holland. So it was the Dutch. As Sinterklaas, it was the Dutch. Just like they came to New York and the Dutch are responsible for modern economics and the stock market and everything like that, the Dutch saved Santa Claus. The Dutch saved Santa Claus. Who else was from Holland? In Austin Powers. What was his name? The gold member, right? The guy. Austin Powers? He was Dutch, wasn't he? He was Holland. I think he was. Number 5, merging with Father Christmas. In England, a separate figure known as Father Christmas emerged during the reign of Henry VIII. He was originally a large man in green or red robes who personified festive adult revelry rather than gift giving for children. Makes sense. So there we got Santa Claus merging. We got a merger, kind of like Warner Brothers Netflix, a little bit of a merger. I question whether that merger is going to go through. Just to throw a little tidbit in the side here, I don't think they will let Netflix purchase Warner. Matter of fact, when NBC and Universal is spun out, expect an offer from NBC Universal. As a matter of fact, what Zaslav might do is after the breakup and he gets $5.8 billion from Netflix, Paramount just increased their offer to $5.8 billion breakup fee. Is NBC Universal going to come in? NBC Universal would be the best fit. Probably the best fit. But anyway, that's for another day. Arrival in America. Number 6, the history of Santa Claus. The name Santa Claus is a phonetic derivation of the Dutch Sinterklaas. It first appeared in the American press in 1773, popularized by Dutch settlers in New York, formerly Little Amsterdam. God, these little words are so hard to read off the screen. You should actually, this close I see better without my glasses. Actually, when it's this close, when it's this small of this small, because I have really good eyesight in close. I have really good eyesight, really good. So, but number 7, let's get to number 7. The history of Santa Claus continues. The Jolly Elf description. The anonymous poem, A Visit from St. Nicholas, now known as 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, established many modern attributes, including the sleigh and the 8 tiny reindeer. Why are they tiny? Reindeer are pretty freaking big. They're like 1,000 pounds. And Santa's round belly. So I have your set. Santa Claus. That is the, I didn't know it was an anonymous poem. Anonymous. So no, we don't know who wrote it. Interesting. We're doing the history of Christmas. Slide number 8. Defining the modern visual, 1863. Cartoonist Thomas Nast created the first likeness that matches today's image for Harper's Weekly. Harper's Weekly, 1863. He gave Santa his red suit, the naughty or nice list, and established the North Pole as his home. I like it. I do. I like it. I also like my red wine. Man, I got nowhere to drive. I got red wine. I got more red wine over there. It's about 10 feet away. Not too far. It's not too far. I may need some before this broadcast is over. Oh, the next one is interesting. The next slide, the history of Santa Claus continues, my friends. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola's cultural impact. While Nast first introduced the red suit, illustrator Haddon Sundblom's 1931 Coca-Cola advertisement standardized Santa as a warm, human-sized, and pleasantly plump figure, cementing this as the golden icon. There you see, that's the classic Santa Claus. This is Coca-Cola. I mean, Coca-Cola is always Christmas commercials until the last 2 years. They've gone AI, pure AI. 2024 was a disaster. 2025, I mean, the AI is better, but it's still getting negative. People aren't liking it. It's And the final one in the history of Santa Claus, the addition of Rudolph, and we were probably all wondering about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, in 1939. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was created as a promotional character for Montgomery Ward department store by copywriter Robert L. May, becoming a permanent part of the Santa legend after the hit song in 1949. Yep. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Rudolph, he was created as a promotional character for the Montgomery. You guys need to know this for Christmas dinner tomorrow because you want to look smart. You want to look smart at the dinner table or to like family, friends, or whatever it is. Even if you go for you go out to see a movie, it's like, hey, do you guys hear about Rudolph? Where he came from? He came from. He was a character in the Montgomery Ward department stores and created by copywriter Robert L. May. And he became, after the hit song in 1949, he became a permanent legend after 1949, after the hit song. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer had a very shiny nose. Do you There's no more, the classic Christmas songs, and I bet you everyone would probably agree with me. The new Christmas songs are nothing like the classics. They are nothing like the classic Christmas songs.
Yeah, baby, yeah.
I didn't want baby. That. I didn't need him screaming. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that is Santa Claus. That's the Santa Claus. That's the Santa Claus. The history of Santa Claus. That's what that is. The history of Santa Claus, my friends. Here on Pamela, that was new. Dr. C.I. Grit, Christmas sucks. That's cool. I mean, hey, you're allowed. Look, you're allowed not to like. Not everyone is not supposed to like Christmas. And that's okay. I hear you. I hear you. I think, look, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, I don't have any family. I still get that Christmas joy and spirit. I don't think people like if money is tight, don't buy anything. Just tell everyone, look, man, I'm tight this year. I gotta, you're gonna have to be okay with my smile and hugs. You know what? From most of the people I know, I'm happy with that. Totally happy with that. And I told everyone, no Christmas presents, guys. Just keep it. Look, it's just, you guys got families, you got this and that. And everyone's happy, prefers it. Yeah, the Muslims. Yeah, well, yeah, there are. Although, did you miss it, Pamela? We went through the Muslim countries, and then a lot of them do actually have a Santa Claus and a Christmas component. It's true. Maybe we did that in the start of the show. You might have missed it. So it, okay. I think safe to say, for the most part, the Muslims are, they typically don't like Christmas, Santa Claus, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I'd like to know where do the elves come from? Does anyone know? Where did Christmas elves originate from? Gemini, tell me, Gemini. Ancient folklore roots pre-1800s. Originally, let's share this. Boy, I'm doing a lot more Christmas stuff than I thought it was going to do. I had like all the science stuff that was ready to go. Hey. Oh. Okay. So that's right. It's there. Yeah. Okay. So where do the elves come from? Ancient folklore roots pre-1800s. Originally, elves were far from the jolly toy makers of modern cinema. Now, they actually came from Norse mythology, right? That's where we see the first... And elves were basically, I mean, they were magical characters, just like when J.R.R. Tolkien took that from Norse mythology. They were also magical people. Scandinavian Nis Tomte, these were house gnomes. Yeah, there was some, believed to protect farms and homes, while helpful if treated with respect, often requiring a bowl of porridge. You know, that's good because porridge ain't expensive. You know, you want some porridge? I'll make you some porridge. They were also known for playing pranks if offended. Germanic and Norse mythology. The term elf derives from the Old Norse alfar in medieval Europe. These beings were often considered dangerous or nefarious, sometimes even linked to demons. In some mythos, there is a lot of, look, the Northern Germanic, basically that's what Disney has pillaged, right? 90% of every story they ever did was a Northern Germanic story that they took and they didn't write it themselves. The only thing that Disney has ever done that's original is Mickey Mouse. Mickey and Minnie Mouse and Pluto and Donald Duck. That's the only thing they've done a few other things that are original, but the majority of it is not. A lot of their classical stories. Jolly Elf, 1820s, 1850s, A Visit from St. Nicholas. This famous poem by Clement Clark Moore, known as 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, describes Santa himself as a right jolly old elf. This description began to link elven magic directly to the figure of Santa Claus. The Elves and the Shoemaker, 1812. This Brother Grimm fairy tale established one of the first popular connections between elves and a workshop setting as they secretly completed shoes for a poor cobbler. Pop culture, number 3, pop culture and the toy workshop, 1850s to the 1930s. The image of elves as a coordinated workforce was solidified through the 19th century media and 20th century cartoons. Harper's Weekly, 1857, the anonymous poem, The Wonders of Santa Claus, provided the first explicit mention of a great many elves at work making toys for children. So that is the first, that's the first mention. The Wonders of Santa Claus. If you guys need to check up on this, just go back to the recording of the live stream. Jump to the middle part. You got to look smart for Christmas. It's all here, my friends. It's all here. Godey's Lady Book. Godey's or Godey's? Did I get that right? 1873. This highly influential magazine published a cover illustration of Santa surrounded by toys and elves, cementing the visual of the North Pole workshop. So you got 1857, then you have 1873. Makes sense, right? Makes sense. Oh, geez. You know what? I always do that. There we go. Get that out of my face. There we go. Disney's Santa Workshop, 1932. This animated short further popularized the image of small industrial green and red clad helpers that we recognize in modern media. And that, look, I mean, there's a lot of good established stuff from Disney, right? There is. There's a lot of like. I think Disney has really, like, the years of Bob Iger. Bob Iger has created nothing. He has bought everything, and his big purchases are this is the Wall Street Danny that's talking now. But basically, he purchased Marvel, he purchased Star Wars, he purchased Fox, Century 21, Fox, Century 20, Century Fox. Yeah, huge debt, right? Put $45 billion worth of debt in the books, and Bob Iger has created nothing. He's purchased everything, I'm not sure if he'll go down as the great CEO that a lot of people would suggest, but that is where the I guess I didn't know that blue turns out to be that ugly gray. I was watching it from a different screen, so I guess I did not notice that. Turns on black on gray. Yeah, my apologies. I was looking at it from the main screen, so that will not happen again. It will not. I apologize. I apologize. Pamela, I keep leaving the live. What's happening? Are you on desktop or are you on handheld? Are you being the software kicking you out? That's strange. Got some wine. I got some wine in my cup. I don't know. A phone. And that is strange. So we better do if we're really smart about things here, people. If we're really being conscientious, responsible adults. If we're being responsible adults right now, we would do this next. Let me give you the full screen. Let's put the real emphasis on where Santa Claus is right now. Where is Santa Claus? Oh, that's like way back. Get that out of there. So, he's left England. He polished off England fast. Dude finished off England fast. He went to Iceland. He skipped Reykjavik. Why would you not go to Reykjavik? Dude, where's he going? He's heading south. There's no pubs that way. Dude, you got to go to Nova Scotia. Or go to Nanotalik. Go to Nanotalik in Greenland. Go grab a freaking pint. You're ahead of schedule. Azores? Okay, that's... I don't know. He's a long ways off still, Santa Claus. We can get out. We can back out a little bit. See if we... There you go. You see, that's where... Maybe a little bit more. Can we back out a little bit more? There we go. So that is... See, Santa Claus, he went all through Europe, and then he went down south into Africa. And then he popped back up to England, and he hit Iceland. Oh, okay. And it looks like he missed Reykjavik. Is he going to go back to Reykjavik? Apparently, Reykjavik is a great place to go. If you guys watch, did you guys watch Vikings, the TV show on the History Channel with Travis Fimmel? He was there for the first 4 seasons, and even the final, I think 3 seasons, right? 7 seasons. The viewership, I mean, it was huge. 15, 16 million people watching. It was just as big as The Walking Dead and just as big as Game of Thrones, the Vikings. It was a good TV show. I actually started watching the first season intermittently. But they do make their way to Iceland. And of course, then they make their way to, they eventually land in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia, I think it is, right? Or Newfoundland. No, I think Nova Scotia. The Vikings, they land there. But it's a great TV series. If you never watched Vikings, it's a great TV series. So, okay. Oh, I got so many videos. It's like how, but what I really feel like doing, we did the history of Santa Claus. What I really feel like doing, the 7 ancient wonders of the ancient world. Can I say that? The 7 wonders of the ancient world. So I did a video a while back. Show files. Under show files, we have 7 ancient wonders.
Wonders of the ancient world.
Hold up. Let's get this prepped up here. There's only one left of the wonders, the 7 ancient wonders of. The Library of Alexandria, the Lighthouse of Alexandria. the Library of Alexandria too. Like, oh my God, the stuff that we lost, the incredible. I'm also a huge history lover, antiquity, history going back. The things that we have lost. Look, the Roman Catholic Church has done a lot of book burnings, and we have lost a lot of books that were considered heresy because they dealt with knowledge. And we have lost so many incredible books. It almost makes you cry when you think, you don't want to even think about it because it will make you cry. But the ancient wonders of the world, the seven of them, seven ancient wonders of the world, if we could see them all today, they would be absolutely magnificent. But this goes through and it talks about and tells us about the 10 ancient wonders of the world.
Have fascinated humanity for centuries. The seven wonders of the ancient world have fascinated humanity for centuries, capturing the imagination of countless generations. These extraordinary feats of engineering and artistry stood as monuments to human ambition, power, and creativity in a time when the known world was much smaller, yet filled with civilizations striving for greatness. Only one of these wonders still stands today, but their legends endure, reminding us of the ingenuity of our ancestors and the great civilizations that came before us.
Gardens of Babylon.
We are going to explore each of the seven wonders of the ancient world and some of the mysteries that still surround them.
Statue of Zeus.
What made them the awe-inspiring constructions that captivate our imagination?
The statue of Zeus would be, there's like, jeez. These things are magnificent. The ancient world, what humans were capable of doing was absolutely magnificent.
And why they've earned their place on this list. 1. The Great Pyramid of Giza, Egypt. The Great Pyramid of Giza is the only surviving wonder of the ancient world. Built for Pharaoh Khufu around 2580 BCE, the pyramid stood as the tallest man-made structure on Earth for over 3,800 years. It reached an astounding height of 147 meters, or 481 feet.
That's basically 50 stories. I mean, it ruled the. I'm the tallest thing in the world for 4 millennia. Could you imagine the amount of human power, human raw power? The sight of I do not believe. No, I don't believe aliens built it. I don't. But the raw amount of power, mechanical power, it almost broke the back of the entire Egyptian civilization. Right? All these pyramids. They stopped it because there was going to be no more Egypt left, but they are magnificent.
The Great Pyramid a wonder was its immense size, precision, and the sheer effort required to construct it. Made from millions of limestone blocks, some weighing as much as 15 tons, it is believed that over 20 years of labor by tens of thousands of workers went into building the pyramid. Its alignment with the cardinal points and placement in perfect harmony with the stars of Orion's belt suggests an advanced understanding of astronomy and mathematics. But how were the ancient Egyptians able to build such a massive structure with such primitive tools? What methods did they use to achieve such a monumental feat? How were they able to transport 15-ton blocks from so far away? How did they measure with such precision, being only 1 millimeter off of true north? And are there more hidden passages yet to be found? So many mysteries surround the Great Pyramids, many of which we will probably never know. 2. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Iraq. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
I think that there's anything in the seven ancient wonders, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. These are whatever they look like. There is some evidence to suggest that they did exist, right? And that's why they're on the list. Absolutely magnificent. Every image we have is constructed, whether it's from AI or artist rendition, but I just wish that we could have some, even if it's a rock etched, on the side of a cave, to see what these things might have looked like.
are perhaps the most mysterious of all the seven wonders. There is no definitive archaeological evidence that they ever even existed. However, ancient texts and various accounts describe these gardens as an extraordinary feat of botanical and architectural expertise. It is believed that they were built around 600 BCE, but the actual builder of these incredible gardens is still being debated.
600 BCE, I mean, that was the time during the Greek Empire, right? That was not, it's not like you're going back, 8,000 years, it's like 5,000 years before Christ. It's still somewhat, Pamela, do I believe in angels? I do not. I'm an agnostic. I am not but I respect anyone who has those beliefs. If someone is religious or whatnot, or believes in angels, I don't dissuade someone or I don't say they're wrong. That's a personal belief. I'm a science guy, so I relegate myself to things that are. When I listen to a guy like Brian Cox or Neil deGrasse Tyson, I almost always agree with them, almost 100%, almost every time. It's very. I understand where people's belief in angels and things like that come from, and I have friends that are believers like that. I don't. That's absolutely fine, right? That's. I get where it comes from. I played Dungeons and Dragons, and they actually had angels and everything like that in D&D. So it's. Yeah.
Some say it was Semiramis, an Assyrian queen, while others suggest it was King Nebuchadnezzar II who built them for his wife, Amytis. However, it is still uncertain who it actually was. What made the Hanging Gardens a wonder was not just their beauty, but the ingenuity required to sustain them in the arid Mesopotamian climate. They were described as a series of tiered gardens with trees, shrubs, and vines that resembled a massive green mountain. Ancient writers claimed that an advanced irrigation system allowed the gardens to flourish, despite being surrounded by desert. But if the gardens did indeed exist, how did the Babylonians manage to irrigate such a vast, lush garden in the middle of a desert? What water systems did they use to distribute the water vertically? Who actually built them, and why? Were they built in the ancient city of Babylon or the Assyrian city of Nineveh? Why is there no archaeological evidence that remains, and did they ever really exist? Most likely, we will never know. 3.
Well, you never know. There might be a day where we find something, right? I mean, they would be magnificent. They would be magnificent. Have you guys seen some of the pictures of what AI is doing with the pictures of the, before a video? Like Charlie Chaplin and all these people, they basically take a picture and they create real video of what they will look. It really is amazing. It really is.
The statue of Zeus at Olympia, Greece. The statue of Zeus at Olympia, built around 435 BCE by famed sculptor Phidias, was a 40-foot-tall representation of Zeus, king of the Greek gods, seated majestically on a throne. It was housed in the Temple of Zeus in Olympia, the site of the ancient Olympic Games, and became a symbol of Greek artistic and religious devotion. What made the statue a wonder was its awe-inspiring size.
I mean, there's debate as to how big it was, but this thing was huge, right? It was huge. Basically, Zeus was probably 50, 60 feet tall if he was stood upright. The statue would be, it would be.
The luxurious materials used in its construction and its sheer beauty. Phidias crafted the statue from ivory and gold, meticulously detailed down to Zeus's sandals and robes. Its grandeur was said to be unforgettable to.
Like if this is any real representation of what the statue of Zeus looked like, let me take everything off. If that is anything close to what the statue of Zeus looked like, right? That's basically what they're describing it. And I guess if a human being would come, maybe 2/3 up to his knee, 2/3, maybe 3/5 up to his knee. The sheer size of this thing. I mean, this is why I fell in love with history at a very young age.
Those who witnessed it. But why was the statue of Zeus destroyed? Was it an earthquake or fire? Where are its remains? Are there any remains left to be found? Could fragments of the statue still be hidden somewhere, waiting to be discovered? Was it dismantled and moved to Constantinople? If so, why? What exact techniques and materials did Phidias employ to create such a masterpiece? And what did this epic statue of Zeus actually look like? Most likely, we will never know.
The concept of Zeus, the idea of Zeus, what he looked like, it has carried on. Like that idea of this powerful, bearded, older guy in the clouds has continued. I think when most people's perception of what God, if they believe in God, is something similar like that. It's the same thing with Odin. And look, there's great arguments to suggest Odin and Zeus are basically the same God, right? They're very similar. But the construct of God has been very similar, but I think maybe because that deals with wisdom, it deals with strength, it deals with power, it deals with uber confidence. But if there's one of the 7 ancient wonders of the world that I would want to see, I would love to have seen. When I want to go time traveling with a camera, right? So. Oh, they'll never believe this back in 2025. That would be cool.
4. The Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, Turkey. The Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, constructed around 550 BCE, was a grand tribute to the goddess Artemis, the Greek deity of the hunt, nature, and fertility. Situated in present-day Turkey, the temple was known for its colossal size and exquisite architecture, featuring over 120 marble columns.
4 times bigger than the Parthenon. 4 times bigger. That's
each standing 18 meters or 60 feet high. Today, only a few remnants of the temple remain. What made the temple a wonder was its monumental scale and the intricate artistry that adorned it. It was not only a place of worship, but also a market and cultural center.
This stuff
However,
is awesome.
It was destroyed multiple times, first by arson and later by invaders, with its final ruin brought by the Goths in 262 CE. So many questions still surround this temple, such as, why did it take 120 years to construct? Why was it destroyed so many times? Why did the temple's every destruction invite an almost immediate rebuilding with no expense spared? How was this massive structure built with its massive stones and intricate detailed artistry? Who visited the temple? What offerings were made? And why was this temple deemed so important? Archaeologists continue to search for these answers. 5.
One thing is interesting, though. There's no association made, unlike the Egyptians.
150.
Oh, wait a sec. Go back. Hold on. I hit pause. There's no association made with the Greeks and aliens. Have you noticed that? It's just the Egyptians. No one equates Greek stuff with, must have been the aliens. The Greek stuff, however magnificent it is, and it could be the size of the pyramids or whatnot. I love ancient Greece, right? Alexander. I talk about Alexander the Great all the time. I freaking love the story of Alexander the Great. Not because my last name is Alex, okay? Maybe it has something to do with it. But the Greek mythos, I love the Norse mythos. Even when you go back to you go to the great stories. The Odyssey. Have you guys seen the trailer to the Odyssey? We'll do that tomorrow. We might even still do that today. I'm planning on being on for 4 hours tonight. We might even do the Odyssey today and tomorrow. But the Odyssey trailer came out. A lot of talk about it. Of course, that's Christopher Nolan's movie. I have a few mixed feelings on it. usually when Nolan has one or two good movies in a row, the next one's kind of meh. But anyway, look, this is antiquity in ancient Greece. This shit is the bomb. This is the fulcrum in the Hellenistic period of the entire Western civilization.
This temple deemed so important, archaeologists continue to search for these answers. 5. The mausoleum at Halikarnassus, Turkey. The mausoleum at Halikarnassus was a grand tomb built between 353 and 350 BCE for Mausolus, a Persian satrap, and his wife Artemisia.
It is impossible. It is impossible to find any pictures of this guy. This is like, I think, the only half not destroyed statue that you can find of this guy. He is, I was, I'm digging everywhere. And of course, you're trying to find real pictures, right? You don't want to use AI. I think this was like the only picture that I could find.
Located in modern-day Turkey, the structure was renowned for its size, beauty, and the artistry of its sculptures, which depicted Greek and Amazon warriors in battle.
Hello. I would let her kick my ass. Okay.
It is purported that the tomb was filled with some of the most valued treasures and art masterpieces of that time, but to this day, none have been found. What made the mausoleum a wonder was its fusion of different architectural styles, as well as its extraordinary scale. It stood 45 meters or 148 feet, and was adorned with sculptures created by some of the finest artists of the time. The term mausoleum has since become synonymous with grand tombs.
To go back at that time, like to be a time traveler, like really, right? To be a time traveler, and whatever it looked like to walk past these things, to, let's say, be in ancient Rome and to see Caesar, right? Caesar, to catch a glimpse of this historical man, Caesar. Or to have seen Jesus on his pedestal. Undoubtedly, Jesus was a preacher on a pedestal, right? Because that was the times that he lived in. Streets filled with preachers built on. I've seen that one picture. Have you seen that one picture of Jesus? What he might have looked like? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Jesus would have been a good-looking, charismatic guy. When he stood, if the historical Jesus did exist, right? If the historical Jesus did exist, he would be standing up on his little preacher pedestal. He would be so charismatic, most likely attractive, and act in a way that would be equivalent to superstars, mega celebrities of our day. The Brad Pitts, the whoever you consider to have uber charisma. He would have that. Not be some ugly, like that picture. That picture they created of Jesus Christ? I do not buy that. There's no way. I could pull it up and show you guys what don't buy it.
Testament to the lasting impact of this wonder. The mausoleum stood for 16 centuries before being damaged by earthquakes and eventually dismantled by crusaders in the 15th century.
Oh, those damn crusaders. Those damn crusaders. I oughta. If I was Superman, I would fly back in time and kick those crusaders.
But why was it built with such immense size and opulence when most rulers opted for modest burial sites? How was it able to stand for over 1,500 years?
1,500
What treasures were lost inside the tomb? And what artistic masterpieces were inside the mausoleum that have been lost to time? Unfortunately, most of the questions that surround the mausoleum at Halikarnassus will never be solved. 6. The Colossus of Rhodes, Greece. The Colossus of Rhodes was a massive bronze statue of the sun god Helios erected on the Greek island of Rhodes in...
This was, when I was putting this video together, the only thing that I could do was AI images. I could find nothing, nothing, artist. But then again, here's the problem. If you use an artist rendering concept, deviant art, you run the risk of a takedown notice. You run the risk of copyright, or you even a lawsuit, right? Someone would be stupid to sue over that, but you just can't use this stuff. What little imagery there is, you can't use. It's not in the public domain. And there's no images that I could have pulled from to really demonstrate the
280 BCE, built to celebrate the city's successful defense against a siege. The statue stood 33 meters or 108 feet tall, making it one of the tallest statues of the ancient world. What made the Colossus a wonder was its immense size and the engineering expertise required to construct such a massive structure.
Yeah, I actually used Game of Thrones. Looking for now, a statue that stood up like this would not have worked given the physics of trying to do a statue like that, right? It would have to have closed legs so that the weight of it went straight down to support such a massive structure at those times. Just like the Statue of Liberty, right? It is a almost exactly perpendicular statue. The second you open up the legs like that, they didn't have the wherewithal to build a statue like that of that size back in those days. But like in something like it is on the screen right now, yes, they could have built that 50, 60, 70, 80 feet maybe,
Although it stood for only 56 years before being toppled by an earthquake, the statue's image as a symbol of strength and resilience endured for centuries. The exact appearance of the Colossus is debated. Some believe it stood with its legs straddling the entrance to the harbor, though this is likely a myth and architecturally not feasible. But why was the statue never rebuilt given its significance? Did the engineers find a way to structurally build the statue with its legs straddling the harbor? What did it actually look like? What techniques were used to support such a structure, and were there design flaws? Why did they leave the ruins of this bronze statue for over 800 years? These are questions that will most likely go unanswered. 7.
I think they found pieces of the statue in the water, right? They actually found pieces of the statue. I find it amazing that sometimes like there's not, and there could have been books that were written about it that were through the centuries, the book burnings that happened. Oh God, I just almost want to cry about with these things. But it's sad. It kind of brings a tear to your eye that we'll never be able to see what these things actually look like.
The Lighthouse of Alexandria, Egypt. The Lighthouse of Alexandria, also known as the Pharos of Alexandria, was built on the small island of Pharos, near the city of Alexandria in Egypt, around 280 BCE. It was one of the tallest man-made structures in the world at the time, standing between 100 and 130 meters or 330 and 430 feet. The lighthouse guided sailors safely to the harbor of Alexandria, one of the most important cities of the ancient world. What made the lighthouse a wonder was its technological sophistication and monumental height. It employed an ingenious system of mirrors to reflect sunlight during the day and used a fire at night to guide ships. Its light could be seen from great distances, making it a marvel of engineering and a symbol of human ingenuity. The lighthouse was damaged by several earthquakes and eventually collapsed in the 14th century. But
I mean, that's not too long ago, right? When you think 14th century, 600 years ago. Yes, it's 6 centuries. Yeah, it's a long time. When you're talking about millennia, this is something that lasted almost to the Reformation, right? Almost to the Renaissance Reformation. And that's pretty durable.
what was the actual system of mirrors used? How did it work? Could the light really be seen from over 50 miles away? Was there an actual secret treasure hoard underneath the lighthouse, as claimed by a Byzantine eunuch from the 10th century? What secrets are contained in the ruins that lie in Alexandria's eastern harbor? Mysteries that, for the most part, will never be solved. The 7 wonders of the ancient world were incredible achievements of engineering, architecture, and artistry. They showcase the creativity, ambition, and technical expertise of ancient civilizations and engineers. Though many of these wonders have been lost to time, their legacies endure, inspiring awe and curiosity about the world that came before us. These monuments stand as testaments to the heights that human ambition and creativity can reach. even in the distant past, and will forever endure as a testament to human ingenuity. I thank you for watching and invite you to visit us again in our next episode.
And so there you go. That was before we changed to Dimension Zero. So there you go. That is the 7 wonders of the world. So we got to check, guys. Where's Santa Claus? Can we do a Santa Claus check? Where is Santa Claus? Oh, I see what he did. What a little bugger. He had to go to the South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. Okay. I got it. Okay, see, Santa Claus, don't think Santa Claus to be a dumb man. Santa Claus is no dumb guy. Santa Claus wasn't born yesterday. Santa Claus, if you measured his IQ, if you sat him down, you said, here's a pen, here's the paper. This is an IQ test. Santa Claus would finish it in 15 minutes. He'd score, what, 200, 210, 220? I don't know. What's the highest IQ you can get? It'd be a small deviation off the highest IQ. You cannot build an organization as large as he has built using elves, using a sleigh, a relatively old conceptual form of transportation. He's using a sleigh and reindeer. He's not using, well, I'm sure back at the North Pole, he's using high tech, which makes me believe that this man probably has a 200 plus IQ. At least, at minimum, a 200 plus IQ. I believe that when he went to the Sandwich Islands, I believe this strongly, that he probably picked up a beer. He probably picked up I think he picked up a beer. Will Manister, I want to whisper in your email. I want to whisper in your ear. Will, you have been here before. I know who you are. I know what you do. I know what you... Will, it's Christmas. Why are you using a picture of, what's his name? The guitarist. He's a great guitarist. They just got divorced, right? What's his name? Guitarist, the country guy. I'll tell you, man, you go live on YouTube, you lose instantly. Instantly, you lose 12 to 15 IQ points. Instantly. There's something about... So Santa Claus, it looks like he's heading over to... I think he's going to hit the Falkland Islands. As he hits the Falkland Islands, he's probably going to go and hit the southern tip of Chile. And I guess it'd be, is it Venezuela? I guess Venezuela, Argentina, right? Chile and Argentina. Yeah. Yes, Chile and Argentina. Then he's going to through Uruguay, Paraguay, before he comes up to North America. You guys, don't stay up too late, okay? Because I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of people who stayed up too late, and Santa Claus walks in, he goes, screw it, I'm out of here. If you're awake and he walks in, then you wonder why some years you get crap presents. You don't get as many as you think you're going to get. It's because you guys haven't gone to bed, okay? I mean, that's just, look, this isn't, you don't got to have a 200 IQ like Santa Claus to figure this out. I'm not giving information that you probably shouldn't be in your possession. What movies are you guys gonna watch? I think I'm gonna watch. I want to watch Kingdom of Heaven. That's what I want to watch tonight. Kingdom of Heaven. That's what I want to watch. Oh, yeah. So I was going to do, I wonder if there's time for me to do this. I can do the 50 things. You know, I got to do this because I did advertise it. I did market it. And like this was like supposed to be, oh, okay, Santa Claus. Jeez, look at Santa Claus. He just hit the Falkland Islands and he went straight to the pub. Santa Claus, he just went right to the pub. He didn't even start with the presents. And that's cool. Look, he's working hard. He's got an entire team behind him. So if he feels he has 10 minutes to have a beverage in the Falkland Islands, which is still under British rule. Remember the Falkland Islands War back in was that late 80s or early 90s? Boy, Argentina got pummeled. It was a pummeling. So, anyway, I'm going to do this. At least part of it. I'm going to do part of it. This is a video that I put together, and it was based on humanity chance of actually existing since the time of the Big Bang and all of the things that have to happen. And it's narrated by parts of it by Carl Sagan, Brian Cox, Brian Greene, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Hold up. So I got everything corrected. Okay, so so this is a video I did, and it took a long time to do. Just matching the visuals, finding the storyline, and putting it all together. But I really had an amazing time putting this video together.
Don't know why or how the universe got into the state that we call the Big Bang. So we don't know whether the universe existed before that. We have theories that it did, theories called inflation, which are very popular theories. You'll find them in all the textbooks, which say that before the universe was hot and dense, which we used to call the Big Bang, space and time is still there, and the universe is expanding extremely fast. It's called inflation. And then that period draws to a close. And that expansion sort of slows down and almost collapses and changes. And the energy that was driving the expansion gets sort of dumped into space and changes and ultimately makes the particles out of which we are made.
At the bottom, I should have made it a little bit bigger. You'll see like a timeline, 4.54 billion years ago. And that timeline keeps going, obviously smaller and smaller as you get closer to modern day. I should have made it bigger. Maybe I should have put it across the top. It somewhat gets lost at the bottom sometimes, I think. But that is the timeline as we go through and all of the individual speakers talk about the given periods of human evolution and even, pre-solar system. It's all sort of at the timeline is at the very, very bottom.
Billions of years before the sun and earth even formed, atoms were being synthesized in the insides of hot stars and then returned to space when the stars blew themselves up. Newly formed planets were made of this stellar debris. The earth and every living thing are made of star stuff.
Stars, the ubiquitous feature of the heavens, they are pockets of order that naturally form, but as they form, they increase the entropy in the surroundings. So the net entropy goes up, even though this beautiful, orderly, bright object in the sky appears. And it's only because of the appearance of stars that the universe is an interesting place. Without stars, the particles of the universe would just disperse, the universe would get bigger and bigger, colder and colder, and that would be it. There wouldn't be any structure in the universe if it wasn't for the force of gravity.
The most astounding fact is the knowledge that the atoms that comprise life on Earth, the atoms that make up the human body, are traceable to the crucibles that cooked light elements into heavy elements in their core under extreme temperatures and pressures. These stars, the high-mass ones among them, went unstable in their later years. They collapsed and then exploded, scattering their enriched guts across the galaxy. Guts made of carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and all the fundamental ingredients of life itself. These ingredients become part of gas clouds that condense, collapse, form the next generation of solar systems, stars with orbiting planets. And those planets now have the ingredients for life itself.
I always love Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think he says things in a way that are clear, almost vernacular, right? Layman. They make sense. They're dramatic, and I do like the way he presents the info, and that is why he is as popular as he is, because he is a dynamic speaker, but he also speaks to the vernacular to understand these very complex subjects. But now we're getting to the Earth. Now we're getting to the, we went to the initial stage of the Big Bang and all those things. Let's continue.
Yeah, and that 4 billion years, there's a lot to say about that, by the way. Because for 3 billion plus years of that on this planet, it was just single cells. And so it's only in the last, let's say, 1 billion years, but actually a bit less, that we've had multicellular organisms. So 3/4 of it, of the time, were just single cell.
That's even crazier.
So
So yeah, at the bottom, 2.4 billion years ago, the great oxygenation event enriching Earth's atmosphere with oxygen. If that didn't happen to the degree that it did, we would not be here today, right? We would not be here today as human beings. So many things had to line up. It's insane. Let alone the asteroid that wiped out so many things had to, it is an amazing process of events.
which is one of the reasons that many people think civilizations might be rare. Because if you just the only evidence we have is this planet.
Right.
And the evidence on this planet is that single-celled life is sort of the way that things are for most of the history. And then, so it seems like an accident in a way that happened late on in the history of life on Earth that produced multicellular life. Now, whether is that typical, we don't know. Maybe it took a longer time here than it might do somewhere else. But if it's typical, 4 billion years, you said it's not a long time. It is a third of the age of the universe.
But how slowly, in our human perspective, life evolved, from the molecules of the early oceans to the first bacteria. The reason evolution is not immediately obvious to everybody is because it moves so slowly and takes so long. Not very far along to us, you might think. But by now, almost all the basic chemistry of life had been established. Forget our human time perspective. From the point of view of a star, evolution was weaving intricate new patterns from the star stuff on the planet Earth, and very rapidly. Most evolutionary lines became extinct. Many lines became stagnant. We might not have evolved. Someone else, someone very different, would be here now in our stead, maybe pondering their origins.
The fossil evidence speaks to us unambiguously of creatures that were once present in enormous numbers and that have now vanished utterly. There are far more species that have become extinct than exist today. They're the terminated experiments in evolution. These guys, for example, the trilobites, appeared 600 million years ago. They were around for 300 million years. They're all gone. There's none left. But in those old rocks, there are no fossils of people or cattle. We've evolved only recently.
And that's where the biologists come and kind of calm the astronomers down and say, well, you might think there are lots of places for life, we would agree. But on Earth, it took 3.8 billion years to go from the origin of life to a civilization, which is about a third of the age of the universe, give or take. So you had to have an unbroken, stable line of life that evolves in the right way, as it were. So first of all, it gets complex. there's a thing called the Cambrian explosion in the history of life on Earth, which was about 550 50 million years ago or so, which sounds like a long time. But for 3 billion years before that, there was nothing that we would call complex. Single-celled organisms doing some clever stuff like photosynthesis, but not much. And then suddenly, you get a big jump in the oxygen content of the atmosphere on Earth, which was to do with photosynthesis and some geology in play with it. That's how the oxygen gets into the atmosphere. And then you get a big jump and you get complex life emerging. And then pretty quickly, half a billion years or so, you go from complex things to a civilization. But even then, you think about Homo sapiens we mentioned earlier, they only arose 200,000 years ago. So for the vast majority of the history of life on Earth, there's been nothing that could do anything clever.
The dominant organisms on the planet today come from fish. Along the way, many more species became extinct than now exist. If history had a slightly different weave, some of those extinct organisms might have survived and prospered. For 3.5 billion years, life had lived exclusively in the water. But now, in a great breathtaking adventure, it took to the land.
Yeah, an evolutionary biologist would say the counter argument is that what life does, what evolution does, is produce organisms that are well fitted to their environment, right? So they fit niches in the environment. But there's no drive to complexity. There's no law that says that the more complex you are, the more likely you are to survive and flourish. And the example of life on Earth probably backs that up. So if you talk
biologically,
about 3 billion years of single cells, what that means is that the single-celled organisms were just doing very well.
We've gone through where are we? We've gone through billions of years of evolution on the Earth. And now we're getting close to, right now the sea life has left the ocean. It's come onto the planet. But still, we don't have, we have complex life. Yes, we don't have the life that enjoys that sort of expansive ideas of what a human brain might be like. But now there's a lot of things that are about to happen to the Earth at this point in time that allows the next phase of evolution on the planet to actually happen.
Right. And so it's not obvious, it's not a given that just because you suddenly get more complicated, you're better than the single-celled things. Earth was almost that.
Right.
So you go back 1 billion years from now, and Earth was that planet. So the interesting things had happened, photosynthesis, complex biochemistry. But as far as we can tell, nothing more complex than a single cell. So that's most of the history of life on Earth. And it's an interesting question. I once gave a talk, actually, a conference of bishops. They were Catholic bishops. And they asked me to go and give a talk at their conference about cosmology. And so I gave the talk about cosmology and they all listened. And we had a question thing afterwards. And I said to them, what happens if we discover the universe has always existed? Because it might have. We know there's a thing called the Big Bang, but it might have been something that happened in a pre-existing universe. Maybe that's eternal. What does that mean for your sort of picture of a creator? Does it? I don't know. I was asking it's a genuine question.
Right.
How would you? And they really didn't. They thought it was a cool question and didn't have an answer, right? But it is. I think that idea that. It's a question to you actually. Are we more comfortable with the universe that began, or would we be more comfortable with the universe that had always existed?
That's an interesting question, right? Are we more comfortable with the universe that began, or a universe that has always existed? I mean, it's a pretty profound question. Which, if the universe has always existed, if the universe is infinite, which I believe the universe is infinite, right? And we're going through, this is just we're one little planet in this universe of 2 trillion galaxies. Call it 400 billion stars in every galaxy, 8 planets, 7 planets around each star. We are a nothing burger to the universe, right? We are a nothing burger. But the stuff that happened on this planet is awesome. The stuff that happens on other planets, I have no doubt, is awesome. And now we're at around the 150 million year mark ish. Well, T-Rex is here, so I think that's, that's getting into the Cretaceous period. But we're still kind of a far off. There's a lot of stuff that has to happen for human beings that have a chance to exist, right? And extinction level events still have to happen on this planet for us to even happen. We should not be here. Human beings, guys, we should not be here.
So there's a legitimate debate about whether the undoubted increase in... We know now that there are homes for life out there in the Milky Way. They're very common. We know that. But what we don't know is the probability that life will emerge in the first place, and secondly, the probability that will turn into a civilization. And I think that's very low. So I think the probability, if I guessed, I would say the probability that life will emerge, given the right conditions, is very high. And what one piece of evidence you could put forward to that is that it did appear to emerge on Earth as soon as it could, after the formation of the Earth and the oceans. So you get life, but then it took a long time on Earth. So you might say, well, the probability of it doing anything intelligent and interesting are quite low, maybe less than 1 in 20 billion. In which case we end up being the only civilization in the Milky Way at the moment. It's possible. You can make that argument. And my experience is academic biologists tend to be on the cautious side, and astronomers tend to be on the optimistic side.
The remarkable thing, and sort of the main point at some level, is that, look, we're special entities. We can think, we can reflect, we have emotions, but ultimately you and I and everybody else, we're just bags of particles that are governed by physical law. And so there's this continuity between the stuff of the world, the inanimate stuff of the world, the inanimate stuff of the heavens, and us. We all come from the same fundamental ingredients and the same fundamental laws. Now, some people find that gives them, I don't know, a sense of desperation, a sense that we're not special, a sense that somehow the universe is pointless or meaningless. But, my view on this is it's spectacular that we're made of the same stuff that makes up this bottle of water or any of the wonderful little statues that you have on this desk, because that means that how remarkable that collections of particles can do what we do. And I think that's really the way of looking at the continuity. We don't need to be endowed with some special quality by some external entity. You don't need that. Particles can do miraculous things, and that is the message that I think you can draw from a more complete understanding of where we came from and where we're going.
And so I think the important thing, so where we are now in this whole history of humanity since the Big Bang, is the asteroid hit, the dinosaurs are wiped out, and now we're getting to primates. We're getting to that primate 60 million years ago-ish, 50 million years ago-ish, and we're getting that. If that didn't happen, if the asteroid did not occur, we wouldn't be here. And that's just one of so many things that had to happen. But so the next series of events become incredibly interesting.
You've also got to have the time to make things like us, and that's a tortuous process. There's no inevitability to evolution. I think it's not to be seen as some march to complexity. Evolution, it does what it does. Single-celled organisms were very, very good at just surviving and getting on with it for most of the history of life on Earth. So it may be that complex multicellular life is kind of just an aberration, really. It's just a bit of a lucky accident. We emerged as single-celled organisms. Probably before that, we emerged as some chemical reactions in hydrothermal vents, probably down in the deep primordial oceans of ancient Earth. And over 3.8 billion years, we've come to the point where we can sit and think about the stars. Is that not enough? But I think it's a remark. Can we just leave it there? Why does there have to be a point? There isn't a point. I don't think there's a point to that, but it's worth celebrating. One of the more widely accepted theories about hominin evolution, as they call it, is that climate change played a key role. And actually, there's in my latest series, Human Universe, we focused on a theory which links the climate change, particularly in the Rift Valley, because we know that the big jumps in brain size all occurred in the Rift Valley of Africa, and it's quite remarkable actually, and that broadly speaking accepted, I think, although there's a lot of argument with anthropologists because the data is sparse, but it's broadly accepted that. And it seems that the big jumps in brain size occurred at times when the Earth's orbit was most elliptical. So the Earth's orbit oscillates, it becomes more elliptical and more circular, and there are many different oscillations driven by gravitational interaction with the planets, like Jupiter in particular. And it seems like when the Earth's orbit's most elliptical, the rate of climate change in the Rift Valley is higher and more extreme. And it seems to be the case that there's relatively strong evidence for the case that when you get these really rapid times of climate change, as you mentioned, then you get increases in hominin brain size, and therefore increases in intelligence. There's a big one 1.8 million years ago, which was a very big increase in the number of species in the Rift Valley, of which Homo erectus was one of them, which eventually led to us, and a big jump in brain size as well. And this was at a time when there's strong evidence for rapid climate change in that region.
Yeah, I mean, we often, in a poetic way, say that we are made of star stuff. I guess that was Carl Sagan. But you can also say that we are made of, nuclear refuse, right? We are the detritus that the death throes of a star puts out into the universe, and it rains down on planets, and at least on one such planet, that stuff comes together and yields life. So it is a cycle. I mean, I don't want to sound like the Lion King here, but, that's really what it is.
And so now, in this whole 13.8 billion year cycle of humanity, we're literally going down to the last 500,000 years ago. That's where we are. Itchy fingers. That's quite the name. Space is fake, Earth is stationary, and it's flat. Research biblical cosmology. Biblical cosmology. That's like Army intelligence. That's like jumbo shrimp. It's like an oxymoron. I mean, I'm going to break something to you, Itchy. The only thing that religion is going to give us is more scrolls from more caves from 7,000 years or 2,000 years ago. The Bible doesn't have any cosmology. There's no science. But if you believe that, that's okay. If you believe the Earth is flat, it's not an argument that I'm going to get into. And look, you're always more than welcome to come here and respectfully put your arguments through. I am more than willing, your opinions are as valid as any other opinions. It is a question of, science or, theology in terms of what you're going to want to believe. But I'm not going to discredit you just because I disagree with your ideas. If your ideas are what they are, that's fine. You can always come here and discuss your ideas. At the end of the day, that is the most important thing to me and Dimension Zero, this channel, is ideas. We are a science channel, but I am not against, I have, those things that might not make science sense. But we are getting to the last 500,000 years of human evolution. Very close, very close. This is, there's a 30-minute video, or a 25-minute video. I had so much fun making it. Let's keep going.
So you go back 4 million years, and things like Australopithecus are around, which are basically upright chimpanzees. The brain is not much bigger than a modern-day chimp. But then you go to 200,000 years ago, and that's when Homo sapiens first emerged, just over 200,000 years, which is not very long ago. And it's quite remarkable, actually. And the modern theory is they spread out of Africa about 60,000 years ago, and they made it into Europe about 43,000 years ago or so, into North America and South America only 15,000 years ago. So it's quite a rapid spread. And the fact that we've only been around as a species for at most 250,000 years, 250,000 years is quite remarkable, I think.
we're good at understanding days, weeks, months, years, the times of, conventional experience. We have no basis for understanding the universe over these scales that we've never experienced. And that
Yeah, I mean, we have. It is very hard to understand even the idea that the Earth is 4.6 billion years old. I mean, that's billion. You're talking billions of years. We have even the idea of going back 150 million years to the dinosaurs. That's a really hard thing to conceptualize. Even going back 4,000 years to ancient Greece or the gardens of Babylon, which were only 2,600 years ago. We just went through the 7 ancient wonders of the world. These are only from a few thousand years ago. We're still talking hundreds of thousands of years ago. Now, these timescales are hard to comprehend.
That's true not only for time, it's also for space, right? I mean, we have very good intuition about everyday phenomenon. I mean, if I was to take this bottle of water and I throw it at you, you'd catch it. You know where to put your hand. You wouldn't have to calculate its Newtonian trajectory to figure out where the water is going. But if I was to do the same thing with electrons, you don't have, and neither do I, a quantum intuition about the wave functions and the probabilities that govern how a particle like an electron behaves. And that's simply because we were unfortunately or fortunately born as big creatures relative to the scales of quantum mechanics. And because of that, our intuition was never under any evolutionary pressure to understand how electrons behave. In fact, I like to say those of our forebears wandering around the African savannah who started to think about electrons and quantum mechanics, they got eaten, right? They're the ones whose genes didn't propagate onward.
That's true.
Well, some of them, the granite in the Great Pyramid comes from more than 500 miles to the south. If you look at the famous King's Chamber, its walls and its roof are, the ceiling of the King's Chamber are all made with gigantic granite blocks. Those blocks on the roof of the King's Chamber weigh 70 tons each. Now, Egyptologists will tell you that, they could move heavy blocks because they put them on wet sand and they push them along on wet sand. Well, maybe if you're just at ground level, that will do. But when you're 350 feet above the ground, as you are in the King's Chamber, that won't do at all. I don't know how they did it. All I know is they did it. I don't think anybody knows how they did it, how they lifted those stones, how they brought them up to that level. I think we're looking, again, at a lost technology.
And there really could be some sort of lost technology, right? I don't believe in aliens. Aliens came and helped the Egyptians out. There's no evidence of that. Just because you just can't. Neil deGrasse Tyson did a great video on filling the gaps. We used to use the God gap, right? And today we use the alien gap. We use the alien gap to fill in slots that we don't understand just yet. Well, eventually science fills in those gaps. Is there things that the ancient Egyptians might have used that we don't understand? Of course. Our technology isn't made to with the simplistic kind of tools and things that they use. So we're not going to develop those ideas. Theirs did. They dealt with a very basic tool structure. So it's going to be very hard for us to even develop any sort of technology that they had. Is there other types of technology that they had that we don't know yet or understand? It could be. It's not from aliens. I'll probably bet dollars to donuts on that.
Well, first off, as you suggest, we are a wandering species. We come from hunter-gatherers. We are nomads, and for the million years that the human family has been around, that was our lifestyle. That must be built into us deeply. It's only the last 10,000 years that we've had a settled and sedentary existence. And now the Earth is all explored. Our exploratory instincts are unfulfilled. And I think many people, I recognize not all, but many people would long for real exploration of real new worlds, even vicariously.
See, So now we're getting to the end.
Imagine we're the only civilization in the galaxy. What a tremendous responsibility there is on us. Imagine what that knowledge should do to our political processes, the way that we think about ourselves, the way that we get on together. Imagine how ridiculous it is to divide our little world up into countries and have a little war every now and again and point nuclear missiles at each other. If in fact there's nowhere else in the Milky Way galaxy where anybody thinks, where anybody can look at the stars and think about and have these conversations. What a ridiculous way to behave. So I think the cosmology gives a perspective which doesn't necessarily need to be humbling. It is humbling, and that's perhaps a good thing. But you don't need to be depressed about it. It could be quite elating. You say, well, what we are, according to the evidence and the data at the moment, is almost indescribably special. Our tininess, our potential uniqueness, our insignificance in a cosmic scale actually makes us special because we're the only place. And so these ideas are worth pursuing, I think, because they make you think about these issues.
So that's the video. So honestly, I had a really good time making that video. I did. It was long and hard. It was a long and hard video to make, especially compiling all the different, Brian Cox, Brian Greene, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Carl Sagan. I didn't put any Michio Kaku in there. I like Michio. He sometimes finds himself on a tangent. And you're like, wait, what were you talking about? But I do like Michio. And I think one of the most important things that Brian Cox stated at the end, and I actually did a university research paper on this in philosophy about insignificance, right? If our solar system vanished, if a magnetar floated in, you know what a magnetar is, right? It's a neutron star with the most powerful magnetic field that could absolutely wipe out. The surface of a magnetar is so flat because the gravity is so strong. It's like one step away from black hole. If you have these plates on a magnetar and you have a 1 centimeter earthquake, like just a half an inch earthquake, just like that, that is like a monstrous earthquake that will send out. We felt a magnetar, when was it, 2009, from 50,000 light years away. It had a hissy fit. So the point is, if a magnetar came in and wiped out our solar system, wouldn't wipe out the sun. The sun's isn't big enough to take care. But life is delicate. It would wipe out the Earth. It would wipe out all of the life within our solar system. It wouldn't change anything in the universe. It wouldn't affect anything. We are insignificant as far as the grandeur of the universe is. We are nothing. Our entire existence can go bye-bye tomorrow. It changes nothing in the universe. Nothing. To make us think, or to think that we are anything more than that. I understand the religion, how they like you want to think that, that's the premise behind blind faith, and understand thinking that we are the center of the universe. It's not true. It's not true. There's 2 trillion galaxies. We are insignificant. As a solar system to the rest of the universe, we are insignificant. We could be wiped out tomorrow and nothing in the universe would change except this little pocket in an unremarkable part of the Milky Way galaxy. No one would notice. Nobody. Nothing. It would be an empty change that would go down without any pomp and pageantry in our universe if we got wiped out, if planet Earth got wiped out. We are insignificant. Now, that is to the grandeur of the universe. To what we are to ourselves, to what we are to the planets, we are significant. Each person, you cannot change the world, but you can change your part of the world. Changing your part of the world, don't be a Greta Thunberg and think you're going to go stop everything that you don't like in the world. Just change your part of the world. That's what I try and do. Preach on, TJ Mulligan. Fuck yeah. I'm a preacher. Hallelujah, brother. Hallelujah. But I mean, it's not really preaching. It's just a matter of fact, right? Insignificance. The theory of insignificance is something that is, you don't want to use hubris and think that we are more special or better. Now, Brian Cox will argue, look, we might be the only intelligent life in our galaxy. If we are the only intelligent life in our galaxy, then we are precious. Out of 400 billion stars right now in our own galaxy, out of 2 trillion galaxies, granted, as Brian Cox says, I don't go outside our galaxy because if every galaxy had one intelligent life, like a human being type life, there'd be 2 trillion intelligent life forms across the universe. If only one per galaxy. If there was only one in the Milky Way and we are that one, to waste ourselves in self-destruction would be sad. Although everything that us humans do is pretty stupid. Like, we seem to be really good at killing each other. That's where all of our technology, scientists create things. Science is the only superpower on this planet. It's the only superpower on this planet. If you controlled all of science, you could wipe everything out. Everything, if you wanted to, including religion and churches. Science is freaking powerful. Science is the only superpower. Science is the only thing that allows us cell phones. It gave us the wheel. Science did. Merry freaking Christmas, people. Merry Christmas. Like, really. I love science. I also love Christmas. I do. I do love Christmas. And I hope everyone is having an amazing, amazing Christmas. Give me a better applause. Come on. There we go. Merry Christmas. I hope you guys are at home relaxing, right? This is no stress time. If you like football, we got football tomorrow, man. We got NFL, 4 games, right? 4 games tomorrow. Merry Christmas, TJ. That's my man. To you, my friend. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, geez, guys, we got to check this. Where are we? Oh, I didn't know Trump was going to allow. Is Trump going to allow Santa Claus to go to Venezuela? Is he going to allow that? I thought he's got the whole area blocked. I don't think Trump is going to allow Santa Claus. Did Trump do the phone call? Is he going to do the phone call? You want to go there? You want to go there? I'll blow you out of the sky. So far, Santa Claus, guys, I've got the gifts delivered meter, 6.44 billion. 6.44. Let me get out of the chat window. 6.44 billion with a B. Okay, here, look, take a look. Here's the full page. Okay, take a look at that. Guys, take a look at that. You want the best, you got the best. Santa Claus. Now, this is the Google map. Google gets nothing wrong. I don't believe Google has ever been wrong in its entire existence. Google is God. Oh, jeez. Santa Claus is in Trinidad and Tobago. See, he is pretty close to Caracas. I wouldn't get too close. There's going to be missiles. Santa. Although Santa's probably got some pretty good missile defense systems, right? I'm sure he does. He's probably got like lasers, like some sort of Empire Strikes Back kind of. I wouldn't doubt it. I would. If you like, remember the movie Santa Claus? Remember Santa Claus that's one of the best Christmas movies to watch, guys. The Santa Claus, right? Do you guys the Santa Claus? The Santa Claus is That I totally forgot about that. Right? The first Santa Claus. With Tim Allen, he goes outside and he finds the card, puts the suit on and everything like that. Would you put the suit on? Would you become Santa Claus if you had the choice? Boy or girl, doesn't matter. If you're a girl, you become Miss Santa Claus and you're, you're like, doesn't matter. Would you be okay becoming Santa Claus for the world? Now, if I would, my question would be, does that mean I'm immortal? Does that mean I can be Santa Claus for 1,000 years? I might say yes. If Santa Claus came with immortality, does becoming Santa Claus? Oh, you would, TJ, right? We may agree on more things than we thought, right? On the card, it says, I grant thy immortality, but you got to be Santa Claus and you got to work 1 day a week or 1 day a year. You got to work 1 day a year, but you got to be fat and jolly. Okay, well, I got to be fat and jolly. Like that's a bad thing. I got to be fat and jolly. It's like, here, eat as much McDonald's as you want without having a heart attack. Oh, TJ, absolutely. I would too, my friend. Yeah. We could share it. One year you could be Santa Claus. The other year I'll be Santa Claus. I mean, if you want to share it, we could do that. I'm down. But I would be Santa Claus. If I was Tim Allen, that's a great Christmas movie. If you guys want to watch a great Christmas movie, I put out there Christmas Vacation, Scrooged. To me, I like Lord of the Rings. I also like Kingdom of Heaven for some strange reason. The Santa Claus, though, the first Santa Claus is a great Christmas movie. The second and third, the first Santa Claus is a great Christmas movie. Bad Santa. What else is a good Christmas movie? Like a really... Oh, Elf, right? Elf. Oh, dear God, come on. Duh, hello. Elf is good. Elf is really good. Will Ferrell. When I was in Los Angeles, I met Will Ferrell twice. I met Will Ferrell twice. Tall guy. He's freaking tall. He's funny though. It's almost to a point of being almost frustrating, because it's almost like he feels he needs to be funny with everything. What's the fitness guy's name? Rob. He would visit my stores, like I swear, once a week. He used to always call me Thor. What was the guy's name? Robin. Richard Simmons. Richard Simmons. I lived in Los Angeles for like 20 years. I met a lot of like, I know Kim. I met Vince Neil. I met Will Ferrell. I met a lot of people. Bill Paxton. Richard Simmons would come to my store quite often. He would always ask me, "Is Thor in?" I used to have blonde hair in Los Angeles, and he always asked me. He go to one of us, "Is Thor in?" I was like, "It's not Thor. It's Danny. It's Danny Alex. Is Thor?" Hey, and this was just before he disappeared. Just before he quit. Before he just left the limelight. And he is a very nice man. I wouldn't say anything bad about him. His energy can be exhausting, and but he was for many times he came into so I knew him quite well before he disappeared. Maybe even better than most people did, because I would talk to him. Nothing personal. He would never want to get, but I would just get and I was always happy to talk to Richard Simmons. Always happy to talk to him. He's a good man at heart. He never hurt anybody. I understand the spirit of who he is. And I kind of understand maybe where some of his internal angst is coming from. I really do believe that I learned more about Richard Simmons than most people did. And so when he disappeared from the limelight, I understood. I did. I've never talked about this. This is the first time I've actually spoken about this, except for my staff. My staff knew. They always knew that he would come in and, where's Thor? Where's Thor? Thor. But he's a good man. I think he has helped so many people. That is what his spirit is. I have nothing to judge him negatively on. Richard Simmons is, Richard. It's interesting. I kind of almost forgot about that. Those numerous times that he came in and visited. I always found it interesting why he came in, and sometimes he came and visited more so like I felt like he just wanted to talk. And it wasn't for a few minutes. He would come and talk and visit for a long time. Richard Simmons. I don't like speaking bad of really anybody. I don't hate anybody. I don't dislike anybody. Richard Simmons, I don't know if he's at home, if he sees one of my shows one day, maybe he'll email me and say, "Hey Daddy, hey Thor." But I knew Richard Simmons quite well before he disappeared. And I get it. I totally understand why he did disappear. I do. I know I've said that already once or twice, so not to be repetitive. So I had a lot of interesting, like Kimmy Cakes, Kim Kardashian. I knew Kim quite well. There's lots of pictures of me and Kim Kardashian. I know Kim behind, who she is behind the scenes. She is a very nice, very gracious person. Now, I haven't seen her or spoken to her for a few years. But during the time that I knew her, especially since Kanye came along, because she wouldn't talk to anybody after that, it was like Kanye, fuck Kanye, whatever. Adidas. Met the whole family. As a matter of fact, you might remember a store, Kardashian Chaos, at the Mirage Hotel. I was supposed to be the guy. Kris Jenner chose me specifically. I said no the first time because I didn't like the use of intellectual property. She came back to me, and after 2, 3, 4 months, I believe, she changed the contract. And I said, okay, you know what? I could do this. Based on the contract, I said yes. We started to go ahead with. Now there's a big story behind this. I won't finish it today. With the Kardashian Chaos store at the Mirage, I worked closely with the president. His name was Steve at the Mirage, and a few other people. I will say about Kris Jenner. Kris Jenner is a tough motherfucker. She is a tough. She is freaking tough. Tough. Is she fair? I don't know. I'm not sure. There's many times that we were at small social gatherings and intimate conversations. Kim is very intimate, nice to everybody. I wouldn't say that about the entire family, but Kim is. Kim respects everybody, big and small. I don't know if that's the case right now. I haven't seen her for a few years, right? But Richard Simmons, Kim Kardashian, Bill Paxton came by a couple times. We lost him on the operating table. Bill Paxton, I tell you, man, Bill Paxton, you knew this. Bill Paxton was a guy. If all the people that I met in Los Angeles, Bill Paxton was so fucking good, guys. Bill Paxton was such a amazing person. You felt Bill Paxton around you. He was so good. He was a great actor, and he was a good person. You felt it. Diane Summers. Donna Summers. She came by a few times. Had a chance to speak with her. Very nice. She always bought white. So in the fashion part of my store, she always bought white. Nothing but white. White clothing. That's it. But very clean, very genuine. So I have, you know what? My experiences with a lot of these people have been quite good in Hollywood during my time there. As a screenwriter dealing with the industry, I won many awards. I've had many people that wanted to purchase my screenplays. I have not sold them. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't sell my screen because I've won hundreds of awards. And again, you could Google Danny Alex and screenwriter, and you can see all the awards that I've won. Film festivals around the world. That side of the business is not as good. The business side of Hollywood, man. There's more pretenders in Hollywood pretending to be what they're not, right? That's 90% of the city is pretenders. Hollywood is pretenders. I left. I'm gone. I got out May 11th. 20 years. I'm out of there. I'm gone. I escaped. It's like my escape from LA. I beat Kurt Russell. I beat Kurt Russell out of Los Angeles. Kurt, eat your heart out, baby. I don't talk about my experiences in Los Angeles for a long time. I don't. They were good, but they were really bad at the end. Really bad. yeah, it's true. It's true. There we go. There we go. Wow. Santa Claus. So I see where you see what Santa Claus is thinking, guys? Do you see his headspace? Do you see Santa Claus's headspace? He's going through the Caribbean. Like, I don't know if you can see, he's got like a green present that he's balancing on his left hand. It's a pint. That's a pint of beer. Santa Claus is drinking and driving. Actually, he's not driving. The reindeer are driving. Santa Claus ain't driving. Don't fool yourselves. Santa Claus ain't driving. I guarantee you Rudolph is out front. Rudolph is guiding the ship. By this time, before Santa Claus hits the shores of North America, dude is hammered. he's whipped. He's like he's had so much dark ale he can't even. Fuck it, Rudolph take over. Rudolph, you got Rudolph. Rudolph take over driving. Autopilot. He just like Rudolph is on autopilot. You think I'm lying about this stuff? Think I'm lying? I'm not lying. I don't make this shit up as I go along. I know this to be true. I could call Santa right now and that would be a matter of fact. So he's Santa Claus. Get out of Dominica. You're spending way too much time in Dominica. There's only a few million people there. Come on. He's in Balmoholt, Guadalupe. 6.446 billion gifts have been delivered so far, people. 4.66 billion gifts have been distributed. I wonder what else is, no, I can't do that. That's just way. That's just, I don't want to do that either. I don't want to do that. Black holes, voyage, that's way too long. No, the rest of those videos I got to save till tomorrow, for sure. I got to save the rest of those videos till tomorrow. I got, what have I got? We got the Santa tracker. We did the Santa history. If you guys probably missed the Santa history. I did a 10-slide presentation on the history of Santa Claus. The history of Santa Claus. You know what I did want to check up on is, now you guys know if you don't know, I'm a screenwriter. So, reviewing movies and doing that part. I love, so sci-fi movies, fantasy movies, horror movies are a big part of Dimension Zero, right? Dimension Zero, that's a big part of what we do here. On top of science fiction, of course, science fact. Most of the videos that I do are actually science fact in the long form videos. But if we go take a look, I always love, and I worked on Wall Street for a long time. I was a market maker on NASDAQ and the NYSE through Arca, Instinet, and Island. And so I did, I was also an economic analyst. So the economy and everything like that is part of my wheelhouse. So I love numbers, right? I love numbers. I love balance sheets. I love income statements. I love statement of cash flows. I love it. Especially around, but the economics, do I have that the right? I think that looks good, right? Yeah. So the economics of the daily box office. So the box office is an utter disaster. The amount of money that they're spending versus what they recoup is an utter disaster, right? There's not very many movies that are coming out to the upside. Now, even if you look at Zootopia, Avatar, Fire and Ash, based on Tuesday, they're at 450 million worldwide. I would think by the end of this week, you could probably see Avatar at around 700 million to 750 million. That's what I would think by the end of this week. I would say that it is lining up for, if it has a good run, 1.8 to $2 billion to the high side. To the high side. It's going to be still going to be one of the biggest movies of all time. But you know what? People might tire of it. And they throw it in the trash can. Zootopia. Now, understand Zootopia. It's got look, I understand the Zootopia. I watched the first Zootopia. I freaking love these characters. These characters are freaking adorable. I totally get how they hit their audience. This is masterful from a screenwriting perspective. This is masterful character writing, merging with story and plot to create a consensus that turns out to be $1.3 billion since November 26th. 4 weeks. 4 weeks. Now, I think about 600 million of that is from China. 600 million is from China. In China, they only get 25% of the box office. The rest of the world, basically it's 50%. Basically, there might be pockets where they make less, some maybe more, but major markets, Europe, Australia, Canada, United States. Actually, United States and Canada, they put together in the same one. It's about 50%. You could say 45 to 52%, sometimes 55%. If the movie is uber, like Doomsday, Endgame, they might have been able to fandangle over 50% because it had just so much draw power, right? So the theaters were going to make huge money on popcorn, pop, candy, all that stuff. 50% is generally standard, except in China, where it's 25%. So if you take away that 600 million, that 600 million is probably worth about 300 million, given the numbers for the rest of the world. So you might have to take 300. So it's maybe at $1 billion if you prorate it and taking China out, given us 25%. It's at $1 billion worldwide. Still, these little freaking cartoon or the animated characters are kicking ass. And I get why it is. I understand character. If you understand character, these characters are freaking adorable. They are absolutely adorable in Zootopia. But there have not been too many. This David movie. Oh, that's not the one. Is that the one I'm thinking of? I think it's doing pretty good. 30. I forgot what its budget was. The one thing, Housemaid, SpongeBob. It's not. I mean, shit. SpongeBob had his time. He did. SpongeBob. Doomsday, I think, if I can say, guys, Doomsday will be Doomsday for Disney. It will be a movie where they spend $1 billion with marketing, with production, with... This is the final end of these massive payoffs to actors. This is where these movies absolutely frickin' tank. This is the end of the movie star. Robert Downey Jr., all of these last Marvel holdouts. Scarlett Johansson's gone. She's not coming back. Steve Rogers, what's his name? He's coming back for a paycheck. Because I mean, he's done nothing since, right? Absolutely nothing. What Chris Evans? He needs the paycheck. He wants the paycheck. He knows that. Look, this is my last big paycheck. Robert Downey Jr. I mean, look, what is he going to do? Old man Iron Man after this? Like right? Senior citizen Iron Man? What the fuck did I just hear? What is? Doomsday will be a financial doomsday. There are so many people that have checked out. I've checked out of Marvel. I will not see it in the theater. No way. I have no desire to. Unless it's so overwhelmingly huge. But it's even like Avatar. I am not pressed to see it. I will catch it streaming. I don't need to see it to be part of the water cooler talk. Well, I got no water. I'm the only one in the room. Who the fuck am I going to talk to? Doomsday? You can't bring back member berries and expect to think that you're going to have and spend $1 billion in production and staff and marketing and this and that, requiring a $2 billion box office to break even. This is the camel that breaks the straw, the camel that breaks the straw's back. The straw that breaks the camel's back. This is the end of the movie star. They will take a bath on this, so painful. This is Robert Downey Jr. is like the final excess wrung out of no one's getting money like this anymore. This is it. Doomsday is doomsday for the movie business. Hey, look, a great actor makes a character, but not at $20-30 million for a movie. The numbers aren't there. The economics don't support it. Look at what Leonardo DiCaprio was doing. What was it? The last movie, right? He did $200 million. The thing is going to lose $100 million. Well, you want to hire Leo to lose $100 million? Great business strategy. Wow, you are smart. They put you in charge of a studio. Sorry, DiCaprio, you got to start pulling your weight around here, buddy. Leo, sit down. Sit the fuck down, Leo. You got to start pulling your weight around here. Yeah. Who's that beside you? His name is Robert Downey Jr. Are they going to put asses in seats? Yeah, a few.Maybe. But Doomsday, look, Avatar, I think it's done. I don't know. I don't think they're going to do a fourth one. I highly unlikely. I'll guarantee you that James Cameron will not do the next one. He will be the executive producer, the guy that is over top, doing all the puppet strings, approving everything, approving directors, approving casting, approving set directors. He'll even approve who the food people are, right? Who the catering. He'll give the thumbs up or thumbs down on that. He is not going to go scene by scene like he did in this movie, the last 3 movies, scene by scene, wasting his entire life in front of a computer doing Avatar till 2031. It won't happen. He was way too ambitious. He should have marketed at 3, kept it at 3, written it for 3. The trilogy, right? The trilogy. I think movies are a huge reflection. And it doesn't matter whether those movies are in the cinema or they're on TV, on streaming. Look, there's a whole change that is happening in how we consume stories. We don't have the money. We don't have the money to go out and spend $50 per person to see 1 or 2 movies a month. People can barely pay their freaking electric bill. They're not going to spend $50 to see Avatar. Do you want to spend $50 now or for free in 2 months, 3 months? I'll do free in 3 months. There's the propensity, the desire to have to talk about a movie right now, right away, is gone. It's gone. There's no cultural impact. Hollywood has eviscerated. Hollywood itself has been half of the problem and has eviscerated their own extinction. Hollywood is going extinct, and I'm not sure if that's a bad thing. The crap they've been pulling for the last 5 to 7 years. They wanted to. They thought they had such cultural impact, such cultural pull. They thought that they can be the purveyors of dividing people, forgetting that stories are what people remember. People remember. People remember stories. People remember good stories. Not whether, okay, what percentage of the population is this color, and did we have representation? Was there a gay relationship in this movie? Was there someone who was gay and proudly proclaimed they were gay? I don't give a fuck. I'm just looking for a good freaking story. And I'll guarantee you the people that are gay, heterosexual, whatever they're into, just want a good freaking story. That's all they freaking want. All we want is good damn stories, Hollywood. And you're so stupid, you can't figure it out. Like, you're so stupid. You're as dumb as nails. Disney. You deserve to go extinct. You deserve it. Bye-bye. I hope doomsday is a freaking doomsday. The only one smiling is going to be Robert Downey Jr. $100 million. Thank you, motherfuckers. You dumbass Disney. Dumbass Disney. Right? Simple Jack. They really should call Disney just Simple Jack. Disney is now forever known as Simple Jack. Because they've missed the whole idea of story. It's all about story, story, story. If you're going to write a great science fiction movie, it's about story. If you're going to write a good science fact, Cosmos, Carl Sagan, 1980, circa 1980, Carl Sagan. Do you remember Cosmos? I do. I was 13 years old, 12 years old at the time. It's science fact, but it was story. Carl Sagan, Cosmos, was great storytelling. Even Cosmos with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Different tone, still great storytelling. Whether it's science fact or science fiction or it's in Hollywood, it's all about storytelling. Us as human beings have wanted to listen and hear great stories around the fire, in theaters, in books, in screenplays, in poems, by people from orators. We just want to hear great stories. We do not want to hear garbage from people who have a political leaning and want to infuse stories with stuff that shouldn't be there. All we want is good frickin' stories. And this is why Hollywood is dying. This is why the movie business is dying. It will rebirth itself in some sort of other incantation. Not in this form. Where I'm not going to see a fucking movie for $50. Not unless you're paying. You're gonna pay for. I'll wait. But if you want to pay for me, that is what I have to say about Hollywood. That's all I've got to say about Hollywood for tonight. For tonight, guys, we got to do a quick check on Santa Claus. Oh my God, where is Santa Claus? Quickly, where is this man? Oh, guys, he's landed in Canada. He is just zipping around all over Canada. He's looking for open pubs. What do you got? What is it over there? Midnight? We got midnight? Is it Charlottetown? Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, Canada. If you guys had never been to Charlottetown and Prince Edward, apparently it's gorgeous. I haven't been there. Apparently it's gorgeous, and they got like good beer. Apparently, it's true. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Look at that. I don't know where you guys are this evening. If you're in North America, or if you're in some other part of the world. Santa Claus. He's checking his list. It's Christmas Eve. I hope you're at home and safe. Wherever you're supposed to have gotten to, I hope you got there safe. I hope that you are feeling safe. Tomorrow was Christmas. For some, it's the birth of Christ. For others, it's just another day. I am an agnostic, so I do sing the Christmas songs. Oh, geez, we do have the Google Christmas music. I mean, it's Google's. And you know, I checked the news cycle, the space news, the science news. All of the news cycle is really slow, which I guess is good. There's a little bit of 3i Atlas. So tomorrow I'm going to be on I'm going to try and be on for like 8 hours. I got content ready to go. I got some content and a whole lot of talking, yakking, yak. I think I'm going to start in the after. Well, I don't know what time I'm going to start. I don't know yet. I do have a meeting with Santa Claus in the morning, so I got to go and meet Santa Claus. Got some other business that we're looking at doing. Santa Claus and I. You heard me right. Santa Claus and I are close business associates. We're close. So now, no, he's in Dartmouth. He's in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, Canada. I think he might be hitting. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he starts hitting. I think he's going to hit the eastern coastline. He's going to hit Portland, then Boston, then Providence, New York. New York is probably an hour away. You guys get your asses to sleep in New York, Philadelphia, Washington, Boston. If you're in Boston, he's not coming in, okay? Every morning people wake up and they go, how come I didn't get as many presents as I thought I was going to get? Maybe you were awake when Santa Claus was coming down the frickin' chimney, okay? I'm telling you. He's in St. John's, New Brunswick, Canada right now. He's hitting Boston within the next 20 minutes. And if all you people in Boston are still frickin' awake, when he comes down, and you're going to start blaming someone else for not getting the presents that you want? No way. It's your fault. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. You know what? I feel like going to sleep, but I almost feel compelled. All I want to do is watch Santa Claus, right? I just like, where is he going to next? It's like St. John, New Brunswick. How much time? St. John, New Brunswick ain't that big. That green package he's flipping around is actually a pint of dark ale. It is. It's a pint of dark ale. Would you guys, honestly, if I told you this, you won't believe me. You won't believe me. This shirt. I'm about 5'9", 210 pounds. I work out. Kickboxer, you know. It's 3X. 3X. This shirt is a 3X. I think they are literally making a 3X now is basically an extra large. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what clothes makers are doing. But this is a 3X. I had to buy a 3X to fit me. Like I said, I'm 5'9", 210 pounds. But this is a 3X. That's crazy. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So, but anyway, guys, there's Santa Claus. I don't know what the fuck he's flying out into the open. I don't like where Santa Claus is going. Guys, I think we're going to call it a day for tonight on our Christmas Eve. Our first Christmas Eve. This is our very first Christmas Eve. We've only been doing this for, as a matter of fact, after Halloween, I think our first broadcast was just after Halloween, November 3rd or something like that. So Dimension Zero, if you guys love science, if you like entertainment, if you like just fun shit, stop by anytime. Tomorrow I will be on. Just pop in, say hi, go, hey, Danny. Go into chat, go, hey, Danny. Tomorrow, anytime, please. I'm always here. We're here 4 days a week. Actually, during the holidays, I'm going to be here. I'm here much more. I think 5 or 6. Actually, I've been on. So, if you like science, if you like science fiction, if you like just shooting the poop, news, space news, history, antiquity, science, biology, physics, that's what Dimension Zero is all about. I'm gonna have some guests coming on soon, very soon. I am trying to get Neil deGrasse Tyson, but it's we're not. I don't think we're big enough, but we will be big enough soon. We will be. I'm gonna check. I wonder if anything. Did I miss anything? Ooh, Zelensky. Here's Christmas. Zelensky. Ukraine agrees on U.S. peace plan. Territorial issues remain. That was 16 hours ago. U.S. discovers 1 million more possible Jeffrey Epstein files. Oh, don't. I'm not even freaking going there. Sorry, man. This channel doesn't need to cover Epstein. Everyone and their freaking dog. Is there anything else going on? I don't think there is. Trump tells, but no, I'm going to, you know what? I want to check, if there's anything on science news. Anything on science news? It's a slow day. Yeah, no. Mission to save Hubble, 2i Borisov versus 3i Atlas. Galaxy, what? No, that's nothing. Looks like we got nothing. Okay, I don't get this. Okay, Google, what the fuck are you doing, Google? Do you guys see that? He literally. Why would you fly to like New Brunswick and Newfoundland, Canada, and then fly all the way down to Caracas? Why wouldn't you have hit Caracas when you hit Trinidad and Tobago? But you flew 3,000 miles from New Brunswick to Venezuela. Well, why didn't you? Santa Claus ain't that magical. Like, guys, he's not. Okay, I'm start. Google. Look at this. Let me zoom out. Look at that. Do you see what I'm saying? He goes to Greenland and then he hits Newfoundland and he flies all the way back down to Caracas. Why didn't you finish that part of the world and then come up to Newfoundland and St. John's and do the entire eastern seaboard up and down, get to Florida, and zigzag your way up through the United States and Canada? You guys do know there's like 4 NFL. Four NFL games. Cowboys versus the Commanders. There's 3. Sorry, there's 3. Cowboys versus the Commanders. Yeah, I don't think either. I think both team is out, right? 11 a.m. The Lions and the Vikings. I think there's a wild card in there for the Lions. Broncos and the Chiefs. Well, the Chiefs are out. Broncos are win. But I think the Broncos need that win, right? The Broncos need the win to keep their wild card hopes alive. Chiefs are done. Mahomes getting injured. Jeez. That's a big one, right? So we start with the Cowboys and Commanders in the afternoon, the Lions and Vikings, and then we got the Broncos and the Chiefs. Not the greatest games. Given, where all of the, everything is. But Santa Claus, take a look at what the frick is Santa Claus thinking? Look at this stupid map. Is he dumb? He goes from Trinidad and Tobago, goes all the way up to Greenland, and then he hits St. John, Newfoundlands, and Nova Scotia. Then he comes down to Venezuela. Now he's going through. There's some really bad planning on his part. But I guess if his sleigh can go that fast, I think it can. Like, well, what's top speed? 50% speed of light? I mean, that kind of poses what percentage of the speed of light can oh, he's getting out. Oh, it's beer time. See, that's where he's having a beer. Manaus, Brazil. Manaus. Do you guys know how many people live in Manaus, Brazil? Wow, it is on a Celsius basis. It came out Celsius. 26 degrees Celsius, which is about 26 degrees Celsius in Manaus, which is where Santa Claus is right now. He's in Manaus, Brazil right now, guys. It is 26 degrees. It's raining. It would cost us about $1,500 to get there. Santa Claus got there in like a minute and a half. Population? 2 million. That's a pretty big city. 2 million people. Manaus, Brazil. That's a pretty big city. Manaus? How do you pronounce that? I might need, you know what? This is the great thing. You just take that, you copy it. Pronunciation. Can you guys hear this? Manaus. So it's pronounced Manaus. Manaus, Brazil. That's where Santa Claus is right now. Population 2 million people. My God, he finished Manaus in about 5 minutes. He even had a pint. You see it? He stopped in there. He had the pint and he was flipping it. And then he hit the I don't know where the fuck the guy's going now. Santa Claus is driving a sleigh hammered. The only one who is sober on that craft right now are frickin' reindeer. That's why Rudolph has to assume control with his red nose. Because by this time, Santa Claus is absolutely hammered. He doesn't drink a milk when he comes to you. He drinks a pint. Cuiabá. Now he's going to Cuiabá, Brazil. Now you might be saying, Danny. What's the population of Cuiabá, Brazil? And then I would respond at 700,000 people. And then you'd say, Danny, what's the temperature in Cuiabá, Brazil right now? I would tell you that on Wednesday, wow, so 32 degrees Celsius, which is pushing 90, right? That's about 90 Fahrenheit. It's a low of 23 degrees, which is 76 Fahrenheit. So he's probably stopping off. I mean, that's a pretty small run. 700,000 homes is a small run for Santa Claus. He could finish that off in minutes and still have time for a pint. So if he'll have a pint. Let me check the pronunciation just to make sure. Cuiabá. My apologies. It's Cuiabá, Brazil. Cuiabá, Brazil. And as you can see, he's finished. He's done. Fuck, that was fast. I mean, if you got it. I mean, that is crazy efficiency. I don't know. Like, again, guys, if you're just joining us, we're a science channel, right? Basically, that's, science fiction. I love science fiction, love science fact. Think Avi Loeb is an idiot. But also look at Santa Claus's trajectory. He went all the way up to Greenland, hit New Brunswick, hit Nova Scotia, and then he came right back down to Caracas. And now he's just like on a 5,000-mile bender. Probably to hit southern tip, where he could have already done that. I mean, his planning is terrible. Oh, where is he now? San Pedro, Paraguay. That is the capital, right? That is the capital of Paraguay. You're probably asking, Danny, San Pedro, Paraguay, what's the population? I would reply and say, oh, it's only about 350, well, in 2022, call it 400,000 people. So he could probably have a pint. Santa Claus could have a pint in San Pedro, Paraguay, finish the houses, and still be a few minutes ahead. San Pedro, Paraguay, the weather conditions right now, it's balmy. It's 26 Celsius, 78 Fahrenheit. Very little wind, clear. So he's probably pretty warm. I don't think he's going to be there. I don't think he's going to be there long. Highly doubt it. He's got a lot of places to be. But again, his trek, he went all the way up. Like, this makes no sense. He went to Trinidad and Tobago, and then he went all the way up to Greenland, St. John's, Newfoundland, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, and then he flew all the way down to South America. It's terrible. It's terrible planning. It's no wonder it takes him all night to, give presents to 8 billion people. If he planned he could probably get finished by 2, 3 in the morning, hit a pub, have like 3, 4, 5 hours in a pub before going back to the North Pole. It's his route selection. I utterly disagree with Santa Claus's route selection. Again, if you're just joining us, look at this. You see how he went all the way up to Greenland? He's already finished Europe. He's finished Africa. I could probably cut 10,000 miles out of his route. If he wants to pay me, I'll take a nominal fee, and I want my name back onto the good boys list. I'm tired of being on the naughty list year after year. I get no presents. I get nothing. I just get one little, I get like a sticker on my door. Naughty. I put pints of beer out. I give him stuff. Nothing. Santa Claus, once you're on that naughty list, it's like being on like the no-fly list. Or something. I don't know what is their equivalency. Santa Cruz, Bolivia. Santa Cruz, Bolivia, my friends. Now you're wondering. The weather is 73 degrees, 23 degrees Celsius. With a population, oh, wow. Okay, well, this is crazy. Santa Cruz de la Sierra, Bolivia's largest city, has an estimated urban population, get this, of between 1.9 to 3.1 million people. How do you have a hole that big in your population? 1.9 to 3.1 million people. We're not sure. It's somewhere between 2 or 3 million. I'll tell you who's got the list. You know who's got the list? Santa Claus has the list. Hey, creative. I'm doing well. How you doing, Creative? Hopefully you're having a good Christmas. Hopefully you got to wherever you needed to be safe if you had to get anywhere. Did he stop for some Peruvian baby powder? Is that a thing? Peruvian. So what we do on this channel, because it's science and so many things come up, it's best just to sometimes Google it. Pure Peruvian marching powder, grown on the Andes North Slope. I'd say it's about 80% baby laxative. What? We're talking baby laxatives? Buddy. Yep. Yes, this, okay. What, I see. Is that a South Park image? Oh, American Dad. That's what it was. Right. Oh, shit. I don't watch American Dad. And it was in the one episode, the full cognitive redaction of Avery Bullock by the coward Stan Smith. The character Esteban Morticia refers to pure Peruvian marching powder. Is that the stuff you mean? Pure Peruvian marching powder grown in the Andes North Slope? I'd say it's about 80% baby laxative. Is that the one you're talking about? That the one you're saying, bro? I think that's the one you're saying, right? The Peruvian baby powder. I mean, that's... I'm sure he stopped for some. I'm sure he did. Who am I to say what Santa Claus does or doesn't do? I am not his keeper. But I am watching where the frick he goes, and his flight plan is ridiculous. His flight plan is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Asinine. If Santa Claus, look, guys, you've all got to be, especially on the East Coast. He's not gonna hit the West Coast of North America and then go to the East Coast. He's not gonna do that. He's not gonna do that. If you're smart on the East Coast, it's almost 11 o'clock. Get your ass into bed before midnight. You got to get your ass into bed before midnight, or else you will wake up thinking, where's all my presents? I like the music. I do. That is Google Music. I kind of dig the music. There's something inside of me that says if I just kept the Google map open and that's all there was on the screen was just the Google map, everyone would just sit there and stare at it for like... There's something magical. There's something really... Earlier on today, we actually did the history of Santa Claus. We did the history of Santa Claus. I might do it. So tomorrow I'm going to be online. I'm going to be online for... My plan is 8 hours tomorrow. Today it's like we're 3 minutes from 4 hours. We're obviously going to go a little bit over 4 hours, obviously, because we are watching Santa Claus. I mean, but we got a lot of content stuff. Really good history of Santa Claus. We've got the history of the human species from the beginning of the Big Bang. Thank you to Brian Cox, Brian Greene. Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan for narrating those pieces. We did the 7 ancient wonders of the world. We did. Tomorrow we're going to do, so I got these videos, extreme close-ups. So these incredibly high detailed pictures that the James Webb Telescope takes, and all the observatories up in orbit. Incredibly high detailed, and they zoom in. And there's some of these are 3D images where you zoom in. One is of the Orion Nebula. One is of the Andromeda Galaxy. One is of the Cartwheel, the Sombrero Galaxy. I got a couple of the Andromeda. These are mind-blowing, mind-boggling images that are actually movies, right? You zoom in because there's so many pixels. I'm going to do the history of Santa Claus again tomorrow. I might do a slightly different slideshow tomorrow. There's going to be some Christmas. I'm going to redo the Coca-Cola 24-25 commercials. Maybe some black hole. I got some black hole videos that we're going to do tomorrow. So it'll be a little bit of science because we're a science channel, right? Maybe a little bit of 3i Atlas stuff. I love Avi Loeb, throwing Avi Loeb under the bus. Avi Loeb is an embarrassment to the science community. He is what I call a dumbass. Because I don't hold tenure at a university, I can call him a dumbass. Look, he looks like a nice guy. He got the Netflix deal. Avi Loeb got a Netflix deal. Huh? Avi Loeb got a Netflix deal. There's big money. There's big money in peddling BS. Just ask Avi Loeb. They wouldn't disclose the numbers. They wouldn't. Avi Loeb. He's not a dumb man. Avi Loeb is not a dumb man. I will never take that from... He's not dumb. He's not dumb. Santa Claus... How is he going to do this? So we already went through Lima, Peru. Okay, so... Dang. He's hitting... Chile really got screwed. If you're in Chile, you just got screwed out of presents. Santiago, right? Is that the capital of Chile? Santiago, right? Are you guys having a good Christmas so far? I hope you are. I wore a burgundy shirt for the Christmas spirit. A burgundy shirt. I feel Christmas. I feel it. Yeah, Santiago. That's right. Yeah, Santiago, Chile. Santiago, Chile. One of the gals that worked for me, her whole family was from Santiago, Chile. When I was in Los Angeles for 20 years. 20 years in Los Angeles. Hellhole. Shithole. You know, Trump says, what do they call the countries? Shithole countries? LA is like a shithole city. There's like a few places that are okay to live, but you got to be a movie star to afford it. Oh man. Oh jeez. I should have that.
Most illogical.
Yes. Thanks, Spock. Thank you, Spock.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Fuck you.
Santa Claus, guys. This is the night. This is the one. Look, one night he works for 1 or 2 nights. He probably puts. The man collects unemployment insurance for most of the year. He collects unemployment insurance for most of the year. Earlier today, I asked on the stream, how many people, you know the Santa Claus, right? The first Santa Claus. The first Santa Claus is a great movie. It's a great Christmas movie. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. How many people would, if you're put in the same position, take that card and put on the suit? I would become Santa Claus if you get to be immortal. If I gotta do all this, but I'm gonna be immortal, I'll do it. Right? I'll call Tim Allen. I'll call Tim Allen, and I'll take the gig. I'll take the belly. I'll take the suit. I'll take everything. I'll be like the commandant, the commander of the North Pole. It's kind of a dictatorship, right? The North Pole would be a dictatorship. Whatever Santa Claus says goes at the North Pole. I cannot agree. I cannot agree with his freaking flight path. I cannot. The flight. He is drunk right now. I'll guarantee you. I will guarantee you, Santa Claus is drunk just based on the flight path. It's freaking too many dark stouts, too many dark ales. Santa, lay off the booze. I can have red wine. I can have Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. I can have red wine because I'm not going anywhere this evening. And it is a very good red wine. Are you having a red wine at home? Or you don't have to be having a beverage. You can have a non-alcoholic beverage. You can have a cup of tea. You could be having a nice soothing orange juice, cup of cocoa, You can have right now. You can be having a cocoa, watching Santa Claus. He's coming up to the East Coast. You could be having iced tea. You could be having a cup of coffee with a little Bailey's or Kahlua in it. You could be having a beer. You could just be having a beer. If you're at home and you're not going anywhere. Or if you're with family, maybe you flew across the nation. You landed and you finally got your shoes off. You sat down at your mom and dad's place where you haven't been for 3 years. Mom comes by and says, honey, what do you want? Just give me a freaking beer, Mom. Just give me anything with give me a freaking beer, Mom. I said, okay, I'll give you a beer. And you can have that beer because why? It's Christmas and you're not going anywhere, so you can relax. All of your problems can go away. Guys, the 26th. Trump declared the 26th. The U.S. now celebrates Boxing Day. Right? Boxing Day. Guys, so the 26th, all week, you got take all of your problems. Today is Festivus for the rest of us too, right? Festivus, isn't it? Festivus or the 23rd? Festivus for the rest of us? Let all of your problems melt away for a while. Who cares? Freaking cares? Nothing's gonna change over the next few days. Allow yourself to sleep. Allow yourself to get rid of some of the cobwebs. The life is tough enough as it is. We don't need to be, we take these days, Christmas Eve, watch a good movie, watch Lord of the Rings. I want to watch Kingdom of Heaven. One of my favorite movies watching is Kingdom of Heaven. Ridley Scott, Liam Neeson, Orlando Bloom, aka Legolas. Whether you celebrate Christmas or not, it doesn't matter. These are a few days for you to just unplug. Plug it out. Let the steam out. Let whatever is in there out. And just relax. Worry about all the things you got to worry about. Like I said, December 26th is now a holiday in the United States. Enjoy it. Wait. Cuba celebrates Christmas? Wait, what? Really? I guess they do. I probably. How does Cuba celebrate Christmas? Gemini is thinking. Gemini says, in Cuba, Christmas is primarily a family-focused holiday characterized by a lack of commercialism, and a deep emphasis on Noche Buena, Christmas Eve. That's today. I was born in Brno, Czechoslovakia. I came to North America when I was 9 months old. So we actually did Christmas Eve as the main Christmas. While it was banned as an official holiday for nearly 30 years, the communists, you know why? Because you can't let people congregate. That's the communist way. The leftists, once the leftists gain power, you think you're going to have fun shits and giggles? You'll be having meat 4 times a year. It has seen a steady resurgence since reinstated in 1998. Core traditions, Noche Buena, Christmas Eve. This is the most significant night of the season. Families gather for massive home feasts that prioritize connection over gift giving. I like that. Come together, have a big freaking feast. Don't worry about bringing a gift. You could bring a box of chocolates, right? Just bring a box. I don't buy. You don't. Your gift is just showing up, man. Just showing up is your gift. Misa de Gallo. Midnight Mass. Well, I'm not a religious guy, but if you are religious, right? Many practicing Catholics attend this Mass of the Rooster. Really? At midnight on Christmas Eve to celebrate the birth of Jesus. It is a matter of fact that Jesus was born in August, right? The person that decreed December 25th as the Christian day was Emperor Constantine, right? That's I don't want to burst bubbles, but there was just Emperor Constantine that legalized it and said, okay, because all the other pagan holidays were on the 25th, the Christians we'll just put them all on the 25th. But hey, it was whatever you want to believe. That's cool with me. I don't care. Las Parandas de Remedios, one of Cuba's oldest and most explosive festivals, held in the town of Remedios. Rival neighborhoods compete with elaborate floats and massive homemade firework displays that turn the town into a free-for-all street party. I like that, man. Dia de Reyes, Three Kings Day, right? Celebrated on January 6th. That is basically the end of the Christmas season. This remains a tradition time for modest gift giving, particularly for children, and the cake. The cake, right? When I lived in Los Angeles, some of my best friends were from Mexico. And we had the cake on January 6th with the 4 baby, and whoever got one had to make the tamales, right? I won it once, and no one wanted me to make the tamales. Nobody. Oh, don't worry, Danny. I'll make the tamales for you. I'm not gonna freaking eat this guy's tamale. What does he know about tamales? It's true. I know nothing about it. I never had to make them. So Santa Claus, he's all over the map. I don't even think Santa Claus knows where he's going. he's going to the closest open bar. He'll hit one town. He'll go, hey, are there any bars around here? Yeah, there's 100 miles that way. Oh, good, because I got to deliver presents there anyway. So thanks for the help. No problema. Sí, no problema. Sí, señor. If we, I don't know, sometimes I think Santa Claus is wasting time. He takes too much time in small cities. Not enough time in the big cities. Maybe some people, does he forget some people? What happens if you forget? Does he have a secondary list of the forget list? Do the elves put together the forget list? Is he in Guantanamo? He missed Guantanamo. He skipped Guantanamo Bay. Oh my God. What? Unbelievable. He skipped Guantanamo Bay. I wouldn't have skipped Guantanamo. No, I wouldn't have. I would have stopped in there and... Wait, is it still open? I think they still got a presence there. Yeah, they still do. We've got, so Santa Claus right now, guys, heads up. Matthewtown, the Bahamas. Santa Claus is in Matthewtown. Now, you're probably asking, Danny, how many people live in Matthewtown? Well, right now it's 77 degrees Fahrenheit, 25 degrees Celsius. No winds. Winds are light. There's no snow. There's no snow in the Bahamas, so he's got none of that to worry about. Population of 1,000 residents. 1,000 people? How freaking long is it taking you to do 1,000 people? Really? Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Okay. So far, Santa Claus has done 6.8 billion, with a B, 6.8 billion gifts. Well, 6.7938 billion gifts so far. It's not bad. It's not bad. Everyone on the East Coast, you got to start considering maybe it's bedtime, because that green present actually represents a dark stout, dark ale of some kind. So he stopped off for a pint before he's going to hit Florida. So anyone in Florida, he's going to hit Puerto Rico. But after Puerto Rico, guys, if you're still up, if you're still up on the East Coast and Santa Claus starts hitting the East Coast and you're still awake, you're not going to get the goodies. Just like Les Grossman said, G5 airplane. You want the goodie train? If you want the goodie train, you go to sleep before Santa Claus gets there. Does everyone got like some good food planned for tomorrow or something? Like some sort of delicious food? I hope. Something? Doesn't matter what it is. Mom, dad, wife, husband, sister, brother, someone cooking? Or someone going to Popeyes to get go to KFC to get the 20 chicken basket? Yeah, I'm here for your Christmas dinner special. Coleslaw or French fries? Yes, please. Yes, please. Do you want biscuits? Do I want biscuits? A stupid question. Of course I want the biscuits. All right, guys. You know what? The rest of this is going to be up in the air. We are back tomorrow, Christmas Day, all day. Not all day. I will be live for I'm planning on 8 hours tomorrow. Probably 2 4-hour chunks. But please, this is Dimension Zero. Stop by anytime. This is going to conclude our Christmas Eve special. It was fun. We did a lot of things, a lot of science, a little bit of Christmas. We did a lot of things today. Brian Cox, Brian Greene, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Carl Sagan, the GOAT, Carl Sagan. Tomorrow I got some other great pieces from Brian Cox. A little bit of Brian Greene, Neil deGrasse, actually mostly Brian Cox. Mostly Brian Cox. Some stuff tomorrow. Over an hour's worth of Brian Cox. Yeah. I might even do the Voyager 1 and the Voyager 2 specials. We're going to go through the history of Santa Claus and the history of Christmas tomorrow. We don't need to follow Santa Claus because he's going to be done in a few hours. We're going to do a lot of things tomorrow. There might be some more 3i Atlas news that comes our way because 3i Atlas is news every day, right? There's a new wobble today, or a wobble? A wobble? Life of Brian. Guys, Life of Brian. Have you seen Life of Brian? Maybe that's a Christmas movie. Maybe Life of Brian can also be a Christmas movie. Why? Because it's in the Holy Land. Brian! Release Brian! Are you part of the Judean People's Front? Fuck off. For the People's Front of Judea. That's a good movie. It's one of their best. Life of Brian. Oh, there's okay. So we'll just quickly touch on Santa Claus because he has hit the United States. He has hit Florida. He skipped Miami because all you fuckers in Miami's have been bad. All of yous in Miami, all of you, all 6 million, you're on the naughty list. You see it right there. Santa Claus ditched you all, right? Whatever you guys have been doing there in Miami, Santa Claus said no. He even hit Orlando before Miami. Skip the Bahamas. Tampa's right off the schedule. Jacksonville? Trevor Lawrence? You think Trevor Lawrence is going to get any goodies? I don't know. He might skip Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence is playing good this year, guys. There's 3 games on tomorrow. But Santa Claus is hitting the East Coast, guys. I really think if you're not, have a snack, put on your slippers, put on your comfy robe, crawl into bed, put the TV on, watch TV before you fall asleep. It's Christmas. But do not be awake. There's actually probably a great horror story. Being a screenwriter, you could probably get into some sort of... no, I'm not even saying. I'm not going to say it. Not on Christmas. Not on Christmas. I just don't... Oh, he skipped Jacksonville, too. Trevor Lawrence ain't getting anything. No, he skipped Jacksonville. He's at... Right now, Santa Claus is in Atlanta, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, Santa Claus is in Atlanta, Georgia. The funny thing is I'm actually having fun. Having fun watching this computer simulation of Santa Claus crisscrossing the world. I don't know. It just seems ridiculous. It is ridiculous. That's it, guys. That is it for tonight. Merry Christmas. We will be on tomorrow for 8 hours. So stop in anytime. We are always open for business at Dimension Zero. You can keep watching this. This is a Google. You can keep watching Santa Claus on Google. I hope you guys are going to be good boys and girls. You guys have got 8 hours, depending on where you are. So it's just past 11 o'clock on the East Coast. See, in Los Angeles, it's only 8 o'clock, right? It's only 8 o'clock in Los Angeles. I mean, people are just kind of settling in Los Angeles, East Coast, Pacific Northwest, Portland, San Diego, Vancouver. Both Vancouvers. Vancouver, Oregon, and Vancouver, British Columbia. 8 o'clock. It's only 8 o'clock there, guys. 8:19. 8:19. Chicago, 10:19. But as far as everyone goes, you guys have got to be in bed because he's in Atlanta, Georgia. Getting everyone all the goodies. All the goodies. There you see him, Santa Claus. I mean, I guess his flight path does not make any sense whatsoever. I think, like this year, I think Santa Claus has literally drank too much. I think he's Santa Claus has Santa Claus is Santa Claus has dipped into the booze. I can see Santa Claus being like a dark stout, a dark ale guy, right? It just seems like he's got the big jolly belly. He's got everything. If I see him drinking anything, it'd be like a big, thick pint of dark ale, right? That's what I would see Santa Claus having at the end of the night, right? I think he's tipsy because his flight path is ridiculous. It is Christmas Eve, and he can do whatever he wants. It is his gig. Not like, you know, not like you can write letters to Santa Claus and tell him how to do his job. Dear Santa, I saw you flying around on Google on Christmas Eve. You look like a drunken sailor. You require a better route and efficiency with regards to like planning which cities you go to, because really it was quite stupid. Regards, Danny Alex. Put it in. Stay off the booze, Santa. Stay off the booze. My recommendation, stop having a dark ale in every single city you go to. You don't need to have a pint of beer in every city. Even though the reindeer drive for you, Rudolph is driving, so you're not really, those reins you got are nothing. You just sit back and you're. But if you look, guys, I don't have to tell you the crazy path that he's taken. It's not the path I would have taken. Santa Claus. I did. So, what is the? Let's test Gemini. Let's test some AI. Let's test some. I just typed into Gemini as we watch Santa Claus, what I think is a tipsy Santa Claus. I think Santa Claus is tipsy. He's had a few stouts. The history of Christmas. The history of Christmas is a complex blend of religious observance, ancient pagan customs, and modern cultural reinvention. While celebrated as the birth of Jesus Christ, the holiday has evolved significantly over nearly 2 millennia. Origins of the date. The Bible does not specify the date of Jesus' birth. Many scholars suggest it likely occurred in the spring or fall. I believe August is the day because you cannot have sheep. The sheep aren't in the fields in December. The North Star is not up there in December. None of the stuff that they talk about is in December. But this is not historical stuff, right? This is not historical documents that talk. The historical Jesus and the religious Jesus are two different things. So, symbolic selection in 336 AD, the Roman Church formally set December 25th as the date for Christmas under Emperor Constantine. I believe Emperor Constantine set that date because you don't want to fuck with Emperor Constantine because you would end up dead. Emperor Constantine picked it. He legalized it because of the thing that he saw. Then his mother, Helena, who is now Saint Helena, right? She's now a saint because she was a Christian. And the easiest way to quell there was two different, what was the other emperor and the other in Rome? There was the two emperors, right? So this day was likely chosen to coincide with popular winter solstice festivals such as Rome's Saturnalia and Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun. Like the 25th has always been, even going back to like thousands of years, going back to Stonehenge. Because it's the first day that you can observe a change in the amount of sun that you get after the solstice. The 25th. Literally 4 days later is the first day. So it has always been a pagan holiday throughout all pagan cultures going back thousands of years. Theological calculation, some early scholars calculated the date by reasoning that Jesus was conceived on the same day he died, March 25th. Adding 9 months led to the December 25th birthday. Okay. Evolution through the ages. Middle Ages, Christmas was often celebrated raucously, resembling a carnival or a Mardi Gras with public feasts and misrule. So basically, a crazy-ass party. Bands and reforms in the 17th century. Puritans in England. Oh, the Puritans were badass, man. The Puritans were... And colonial America banned Christmas, viewing it as too pagan or decadent. The ban in England was lifted in 1660. Victorian reinvention, the 19th century shifted Christmas toward a family-centered holiday. Influences included Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, and Queen Victoria's husband, Prince Albert, who popularized the German tradition of the Christmas tree. The Christmas tree is a German tradition. Christmas trees rooted in pagan traditions of bringing evergreens indoors to symbolize eternal life during winter. It was adopted by Christians in the 16th century Germany. Santa Claus, inspired by St. Nicholas, a 4th century Greek monk, known for his generosity to the poor. His image evolved over the centuries. Yeah, he got fat. Jolly. Sorry, he got jolly. Solidified by 19th century American poets and illustrators. Xmas, the X, Christmas, and of course X is comes from the Greek letter chi, C-H-I, which is the first letter of Christ. Christos in Greek. It has been used as a shorthand for centuries. That is your history of Christmas in a flash. Right there. And Charleston, West Virginia. So there he is, guys. He is on the West Coast. It's for East Coast. And again, if you are on the East Coast, you had better get to bed. I am going to get to bed. I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we're on for 8 hours. So I invite you, please come back, say hi, hang out. We're going to do a lot more science, a little bit more Christmas. Maybe a few end of the year lists tomorrow. It's going to be 8 hours of fun shits and giggles. I invite you back here on Dimension Zero. My name is Danny Alex. I hope you have a great Christmas Eve. The rest of it, go to sleep. Santa's coming. He's coming. He sees you. Santa Claus sees you.
Do it